Good evening. Welcome back to the continuation of the hearing to consider potential school consolidation from Methacta School District. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, I will turn the meeting over to Solicitor Frank Bartle to administer the hearing. Mr. Bartle.
Thank you, Mr. Nascimento. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is a continuation of the hearing recessed on Monday evening, February 23, 2015. This evening, we will first swear and hear testimony of Charles Waters of the Pennsylvania Economy League, who will address issues raised by prior witnesses. Mr. Waters is scheduled to talk for about 15 minutes, and we will then begin calling those who signed up on Monday to present testimony. We're scheduled to go not later than approximately 10:30 this evening. At this time, I'd ask if we have Mr. Waters on the phone. Okay. Can I ask? Can he respond to me? Okay, Mr. Waters, are you there?
I am.
All right, sir. Will you be sworn, please?
Please raise your right hand.
I'm doing so.
Sir, from the testimony you're about to give, truth, the whole truth,
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Will you please give us your testimony with respect to the hearing?
The Pennsylvania Economy League would like to respond to several concerns regarding our enrollment projections for Methacta that were expressed by some members of the public in the course of Monday's portion of this hearing. In terms of qualifications, PEL has 30 years of experience in projecting enrollments to Pennsylvania school districts and has conducted more than 175 of these studies. Further, we have maintained an accuracy rate that is higher than industry standards. We can comfortably say that the study and the resulting projections are sound, and the methodology mirrors the most commonly used process for projecting school enrollments. Yes, the methodology is simple and straightforward, but most importantly, it produces reliable projections in almost every case. I will address several issues and perhaps some misconceptions and misinterpretations that we would like to clarify. First, I will highlight them, and then I will provide additional details. Regarding annual births, it was claimed that the births for only the 2 most recent years were factored into the model. In fact, all available births were used. It was also stated that birth figures used in the study were down because of the recent recession. Actually, births began to decline in 2001. It was stated that the methodology does not recognize all pupils entering the school system, such as those who may have been adopted. The process does capture these individuals. It was claimed that 350 residential units were ignored in developing the methodology. This is not the case. Now, turning back to annual births. We used all available historical births for the district through 2013, which was the most recent year for which figures were available. This means that kindergarten enrollments during the first 4 projected years are based on births that have already occurred in the district. For the remaining years, births were estimated based on your experience in the 2 most recent years. These estimated figures will drive kindergarten enrollments starting in 2019-20. The effect of using the average birth figure of 4 most recent years is presented in the latter part of Chapter 5. It results in just modestly higher elementary enrollments than the projections based on the 2-year average. Also, with regard to annual births, it was stated that the birth figures used in the study were, quote, post-recession, unquote, and were only as low as they were because of the recession. It needs to be pointed out that births in the district began to decline immediately after the 2000 school year, and by 2007 had already dropped by 59 or 15.5%. In subsequent years, births fell by another 35 or almost 11%. In all, births are down in 9 of the past 13 years and are 94 or 25% lower than in 2000. This is a key reason your enrollments are down by almost 500 and more than 9% in the past 7 years, and why they will continue to decline. As an aside, it should be noted that declining student population is not unique to Methacton. I checked our 3 most recent enrollment studies and found that decreasing enrollments were the case, although in each of these districts, unlike Methacton, births did not begin to decline until about 2007, and total enrollments are just beginning to drop in 2 of the districts. In the other one, enrollments began to fall in 2009. You've been on the decline since 2007. With regard to the relationship between kindergarten entries and births in the district 5 years prior, it should be clearly stated that these figures capture the movement in the aggregate of preschool-age children out of and into the school district, including children that may have been adopted. The relationship also captures the impact of parents opting for alternative opportunities at the kindergarten level. It is true that in developing our model, we relied on the relationship between kindergarten entries and births in just the 2 most recent years. Had we used the experience of 3, 4, or 5 of the most recent years, the result would have been fewer kindergarten entries in all future years. The grade progression ratios used in the report are designed to capture the collective net impact of all children relocating from and into the district as they move through the grades. Those moving into and out of non-public schools, home schools, charter schools, and special programs, as well as those who may be held back for a year, dropouts, and so forth. The second broad issue involves the role of housing in our analysis and the model. The primary purpose of tracking recent housing growth and identifying the pipeline of new residential construction is to learn whether the pace of housing growth will be accelerating or decelerating compared with the recent past, and by how much, or whether growth is remaining fairly steady. There was no intent to directly link future enrollments to housing, so we did not err by overlooking or ignoring the 350 or so residential units in the pipeline. Housing patterns were used to help establish some of the fundamental elements of the model. For example, the relevant number of years of cohort survival rates and grade progression ratios that should be reflected in the model. Based on our experience, an attempt to directly link future enrollments to anticipated new housing units is not only impractical, but extremely unsound. As indicated in Table 2.6 of the study, changes in enrollments do not necessarily follow directly from changes in the number of new housing units. Further, in our view, it is wrong to simply take the number of non-age-restricted units in the current pipeline and multiply them by the average number of public school enrollments generated by each housing unit, or by any other factor for that matter, in order to produce the number of children that might be added to the district's enrollments. For example, while new housing might bring additional children into the school system, concurrently, there are mature residential units with graduating seniors and are transitioning into empty nests, and therefore will be joining others that produce 0 children for the district. This can offset all or part of the gross gain from the new housing. These new units might well produce numerous new public school children, but what is happening in the district's other 13,000 units must be taken into consideration as well. Historically, the net effect of this and some other factors is that since the year 2000, there has been a drop in the average number of public school children per housing unit from 0.449 to 0.375. So while the number of housing units may have gone up by 2,300 in the intervening years, the average number of children produced by each of them has dropped, and the enrollments were up by less than a net of 160. Looking forward, back in 2000, if the number of children produced by each housing unit at that time had been applied to the 2,300 new housing units, they would have been expected to generate more than 1,000 additional pupils. Instead, the actual increase was only 162. PEL continues to remain confident that the projections offered in its report are as reasonable and realistic and reliable as possible in light of available facts. And based on our experience, the indicators we relied on, the techniques we used, and our track record, they should serve the district well in its short and long-term planning. Dr. Zerbe, this concludes PEL's statement for the evening.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. At the conclusion of Monday evening, we had stopped after the number 4, so the next number to be called is 5. Those of you who signed up and have received the number 5, will you please line up where people previously lined up in the hearings, and we'll begin to take your testimony. Okay, it looks like we're already there. Can we please have the first witness please come forward and be sworn? Kate, will you do that for us, please? Thank you.
I do. Good evening, everyone. My name is Savita Sindhia, resident of Collegeville, 5002 Rose Court. I am a proud parent of a 7th grader who graduated from our wonderful Arrowhead Elementary School, doing well at Arcola currently, and also an aspiring parent of a movie maker and a story writer in 3rd grade at Arrowhead. He's here this evening, sitting in the audience somewhere, and not wanting to add to the additional drama here and also to the scenario, I'm here to convey his message. He said, "Mom, can you stop them from closing my school? Please, I don't want the Arrowhead or Audubon schools to close. I'm worried my school will be gone and my teachers will not be there anymore. I love my teachers, I love my school. Please tell them it's not Audubon versus Arrowhead. Thank you, teachers, for bringing the best out of my children. These are not just buildings. This is a place where our children learn and grow. I'm here speaking for our parents, teachers, our community, and most importantly, our children. I'm here to ask Dr. Zerbe, have you considered the emotional, long-term, and short-term impact on these transplanted kids?" That's a question.
Yeah, we're not answering questions this time. We're just, this is your opportunity for you to testify, please.
You told us that I'm in school, you could answer questions, and that's only fair. Directed to Dr. Zerbe.
This is for Dr. Zerbe.
Yeah, if you have a question that's directed to either of the 2 witnesses who have given testimony, we'll allow them to answer, and we'll ask you to put your question in writing, and we'll submit it to them the same as you did before, and there'll be an answer. But as far as the board and the superintendent, they're not answering questions tonight. They're taking your testimony. So if you'll please just give us your testimony.
We need to add time.
Then you need to add my time. Thank you. I have another question that also needs to be considered. Would you not think how this will impact their scores in the future and the upcoming PSSA exams that's coming up very soon, I think as soon as this month or the end of next month? have you also thought about as to how this move will affect the educational goal Methacton has for the coming years? The in-year achievement goal, as noted from the website from September of 2014, states each grade span will improve from the 2012-2013 PSSA Keystone scores by a cumulative 10% over the next 4 years. How can this be accomplished with this ongoing scenario? What is going to happen to the wonderful teaching staff that these kids are depending on for building their foundation? How is this an educationally sound decision? Also, I would like to know if there will be a moratorium on Audubon which would allow the district to hold the building should the projected numbers prove to be incorrect. We already closed Audubon once and needed to reopen it again in the mid-1990s. Many years ago, a local school district, did not comply their stated moratorium for their building, and it came back dramatically impacting them. Could you please explain the moratorium plan for Audubon, if any at all? How is this a financially sound decision? One last final quote. The Methacton parents have coined a new phrase, why the rush? So stop, think, save our school. WTR team. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have our next speaker, please?
I do. Good evening. My name is Suman Vora. I reside at 4026 Greensway Circle in Collegeville. I am the mother of 3 children, Kunal in 12th grade, Kabir at 9th grade, and my daughter Sahana, who will be going to Arrowhead for 1st grade this fall. And again, I say she will be going to Arrowhead this fall. I am also an elementary certified teacher and am employed by the PV School District. Both my boys are in Boy Scouts, and they started scouting at Arrowhead in kindergarten. My oldest son has just submitted his Eagle project for review, and he actually put in a beautiful stone patio at Arrowhead as part of his service project. If it hasn't been said enough already, I will say it again. We as parents have a personal and emotional connection with our elementary schools. To us, it is not just a school, it is way more than that. Arrowhead gives us a sense of community, a sense of pride, and a sense of belonging. We are grateful and fortunate to be able to live in this district and for our children to thrive in it. Please don't take that opportunity away from other potential parents and their children. Dr. Zerbe, I have a question for you. After the hearing on Monday and after listening to all the information we, the parents, brought to you, do you feel that you can move forward with your recommendation of closing both or one of the 2 schools? Do you believe this needs a second look? And I'm told you're not going to answer my question, so I'm going to move on. Mr. Thompson, how are special education students accounted for in the class size study? Special education students require space in both special ed and mainstream classrooms. Were considerations made for the students and their assistants that work with them? For example, if a classroom has the maximum 25 students and 5 of them are special education students, each with their own assistant there would now be 30 bodies in that classroom to be dealt with. This is a scenario that needs to be understood and considered. A straight math calculation of dividing the number of classrooms by 25 cannot solve this. What is your plan? What is your plan for special education compliance? Again, I know you're not going to answer. In the Skyview study, it is specifically stated that the modular at Arrowhead and Audubon would no longer be needed. Why then, Mr. Thompson, did you include these modular as classrooms in your totals for the capacity study when they were designated for removal?
Will you sum up, please?
Pardon?
Please sum up.
Oh, sure, yes, of course. It gives the illusion, this gives the illusion that we have excess space, which we do not. Can't we just get rid of them? Or is it your intention to now put elementary kids back into those trailers? Again, why the rush? WTR.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Denise Ketterer. I live at 700 Barrington Road, Collegeville, and I am the parent of 2 Arrowhead School students. Tonight I would like to discuss class size in our elementary schools and the academic impact to our students, even if one of our schools were to close their doors, possibly increasing this class size to 25 pupils per class, as noted in the Pell study. Upon researching the subject of class size, I have found an abundance of research available. Tonight I will mention just 3 large-scale research studies that link reduced class size to increased student achievement in grades K through 3rd. For example, the Tennessee STAR Project STAR, which was a 4-year controlled study with scientifically valid research design, involved 79 elementary schools and approximately 11,500 students. This study used a small class size of 13 to 17 pupils and a regular class size of 22 to 25 pupils. Wisconsin's SAGE program was begun in 1996 and limited pupils to 15 per classroom. And last, California's CSR program, class size reduction program, utilized no more than 20 students per classroom. These scientifically verified research studies have shown without a doubt that small class sizes of 20 or less show statistically significant results of increased academic student performance in the early primary grades of K through 3rd, as evidenced by improved SAT scores and curriculum-based tests in math and reading. Furthermore, after these positive findings of Project STAR, Tennessee State authorized a long-term study called their Lasting Benefits Study, which followed many of the students of the Project STAR study into grade 10. The results were very positive. Students who have been in the smaller test groups of 13 to 17 have maintained their high academic achievement over the larger size. The students in the smaller classes were found to expend more effort in the classroom and were more interested in learning versus the larger class size. And finally, the smaller group of students displayed less disruptive and inattentive behavior versus the students in the larger class size. Class size does matter. My children now have class sizes of 18 and 22. If even one of our schools were to close, the class sizes would be increased to 25 students, or possibly even more, if the enrollment projections prove to be incorrect, as we have seen with Skyview. Dr. Zerbe, you have stated the #1 core value is to focus on what is best for all students. In light of the available research, how then do you justify the possible class size increase to 25 pupils or more as an educational benefit if even one of our elementary schools were to close? Thank you. And what's the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Hello. Good evening. My name is Maria Herman, and I live at 3813 Vincent Drive. We moved into the district about 15 years ago. It will be 16 years in September, because Methacton School District had a wonderful reputation. I have 3 sons, a 5th grader at Skyview, a 3rd grader at Arrowhead, and a kinder at Arrowhead. I'm also a public school teacher in a nearby district. I am very pleased with my son's education. Arrowhead Elementary is an exemplary school with dedicated and caring staff and a wonderful principal. Those teachers and principal care about my kids. But I come here tonight very worried about their future. Closing 2 elementary schools would be devastating to our children and to our community. School closures will lead to higher class sizes for all Methacton elementary schools. So now, elementary classes in Methacton can have up to 25 children, which is very high. The board policy states that the board will establish, when financially and administratively appropriate and space is available, class size should not exceed the following: K through 4th grade, 25 students. The word should worries me. So, does should mean that class size could exceed 25 if the board has a reason, such as closing schools? Class size affects PSSA scores and school performance. We've been hearing this Monday night, and we're probably going to hear it again tonight. Please keep all elementary class sizes small by keeping all 5 elementary schools open. I read through the Pell report. Does the study mention the impact of what school closures will do for our children's education? How do we know if their declining enrollment projections are correct? Who knows? Who can predict the future? Please take them up on the free study in September, or better yet, get a second opinion. This is too important not to. Has anyone on the board ever visited a kinder or first grade classroom during the school day when learning is happening? Do you think it would be educationally sound to pack our classrooms with 25 students? On Monday evening, Dr. Zerbe recommended to close Audubon, which will bring about redistricting. I have a question for you, Dr. Zerbe. When will Methacton parents find out if their children will be attending another school? Will I have to wait until the end of August when I get my transportation postcard to find out if my boys will be still going to Arrowhead? There is so much to consider here. Have you considered the before and after care implications for working parents if children are redistricted? Not even to mention the emotional implications. Let's not even start there. It'll be awful. Incoming 4th graders will have to change schools twice, in 4th grade and also again 5th grade at Skyview. Why the rush? Please slow down. Your timeline seems impossible. Really think about what's going on here. A lot of doubt in the Pell study was put in our minds Monday evening. Please think about what this will do to our community. Don't make rash decisions and then regret them years from now. Please keep our children first, not the bottom line. Why the rush? WTR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Thank you for the opportunity to address this meeting. We know the school board and the superintendent have tough jobs, balancing financial demands with the educational needs of children. Further, we understand the need of the board and the superintendent to study enrollment capacity and analyze options, as long as it's with an open mind and transparent to the community. However, some of you may feel compelled to stand strong in your belief that a school must be closed and that you won't let a group of emotional parents cloud a business decision. But I think you saw on Monday night, and you'll see again tonight, that there is considerable knowledge and insight in this community on the matter at hand, and those voices cannot be ignored. From personal stories to hard number analysis to insightful looks at the needs of the special education, there is plenty of evidence that these hearings are only scratching the surface of the knowledge and passion of this community when it comes to educating our kids. You do not need to rush. You do not need to figure out this on your own. Data-driven decision-making, statistics, and projections are powerful tools, but they've existed for years and bad decisions still happen, especially when you're relying on a single source for each metric and a simplified view of trends. The consultant's report is a good conversation starter, but can't be the final say on what to do. The case was clearly made by the parents on Monday that you need more data than this to be credible and have the support for your decisions. Then you still need to go beyond the numbers to ensure that you also consider a child's elementary school experience, a family's experience, a community's experience, and the long-term signals that you're sending to these people before rushing to take steps that will be difficult to reverse. I urge you to have a meaningful dialogue with your constituents and to explain the educational benefits of your course of action before making any decisions. If you have evidence that the educational quality of this district will be better with fewer schools, resources, and space, then present that case. The proposal to close Audubon Elementary is very concerning, and it was only financially focused. Then to hear that the change of this magnitude may be attempted before classes start in the fall leaves so many questions. Where will the kids and staff go? When will they know? August? What will happen to the test scores? What happens to the property? If your projections are wrong, how will you find the extra capacity in the remaining schools? Would you need even larger class sizes? Would you add another floor to Arrowhead, a wing onto Worcester? Will you be forced back to the taxpayers in 5 years with a proposal to build a new elementary school for $30 million? It seems that you will need much more information to avoid a costly educational and financial mistake, even if it takes more time up front. So my question to Dr. Zerbe and the board, are you really giving yourself enough time to do this the right way? Not just the minimally okay way, but the right way. And how will you ensure the community has a meaningful role in shaping the future for our kids' education? Finally, why the rush? WTR.
Sir, excuse me, before you leave, I'm not sure we got your name. Will you please give us your name and your address?
41 Dorchester Road, Collegeville.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, please. Thank you, sir. Before this speaker begins, can I ask the people with number 6 to begin lining up? Thanks.
I do. Joe Anuzelli, 348 Level Road, Arrowhead Dad. Probably know that from the shirt. $12 for the shirt. It was a steal. My son Adam's in 3rd grade, sitting right there. Future aerospace engineer. My daughter Jenna is going to be starting in kindergarten in the fall. She's sitting right there. That's our future demolitions expert. She's also our present demolitions expert. Okay, she's off to a great start. Word of caution for Principal Roberts. Jenna's coming in the fall, okay? Don't say I didn't warn you. That roof leak is going to be the least of his worries, trust me. I'm going to start off just with a narrative, a baseline assumption, and it's also going to be level ground, a level playing field. Everybody in this room, that's everybody in this audience, and everybody up on stage, we want what's best for our families and our community. That's why we're here in the Thacton School District. That's common ground. When my lovely wife and I were shopping for a house 13 years ago, be certain Arrowhead, the proximity and the quality thereof, was a heavily weighted factor for our decision to locate where we are. So flash forward to the present day, we're faced with some critical decisions. The school board, they commissioned some studies and some reports which may determine the closing of our schools. Thus, we've got the basis for data-driven decision-making, D3M. I'm a little bit familiar with that term. By day, I'm a mild-mannered systems engineer for a large corporation. I live and breathe process efficiency, Lean Six Sigma methodology, and I understand fiscal responsibility. Whenever I consider D3M, I preface that term with a capital G. That's good. Good stands for good data. The quality of the data and the integrity of that data have to be impeccable. The analysis thereof has to be impeccable. And the most important D, the decision, has got to be solid based upon the clear evidence. I'm not talking about a good decision based on business and financial outcomes strictly, but a decision that's rooted in understanding what is gained, what's lost, and what is uncertain. We've got to understand our risk. Maybe we've made some questionable decisions in the past. One of those questionable decisions might have been Skyview. I know it's not on your watch, but riddle me this, Batman. How in short 7 years we had such growth to necessitate the building of a $30 million school, and now we have such decline to necessitate the closing of our schools? I know we can't fix the sins of the past, but we can prevent the mistakes of the future. I'm not alone in my thinking that Skyview is the true albatross around our necks, and we're now asking our students to foot the bill.
Please sum up, sir.
So in summary, I'd like to strongly encourage the school board to vote no on school closures. I'd like to refocus the effort on the incremental improvements needed to keep these schools viable. 3 minutes isn't a long time to talk. 3 months is not a long time to make a decision on the future of our schools. I don't envy the task before the school board. You're under a lot of pressure and you have a lot of responsibility. As a veteran, I had 6 years of active duty during the Persian Gulf War. I know a little bit about pressure and responsibility. So please, if you vote, please vote well. Please understand that when you vote, vote with your humanity, humility, and with the understanding that we have, let me finish 1 second. The concern for the welfare of our community precipitates your actions. Please take care of our students, take care of our schools. Don't increase class size. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So help me God. Matthew Rager, 556 Winthrop Road. My wife and I have 2 of the sweetest daughters you've ever met, and they're both attending Arrowhead Elementary. I'm also a proud member of the Watchdog Dad program, brought to Arrowhead and championed by that wonderful man right over there, Principal Roberts. When my wife and I were looking for a home 10 years ago, we decided that we wanted to be within the Methacton walls. So we moved here, a testament to this board and the boards before you. We chose our specific housing development because of Arrowhead Elementary. We've had multiple neighbors tell us, new neighbors, that there's actually a premium to moving into the development, that there's a waiting list just because of the proximity to Arrowhead and the quality of education at that school. We feel that the student concentration may diminish if we increase the class sizes. And we're worried about this hampering the overall child growth. We know that the first few years of the student's life within the schools is so important. It forms a lifetime of learning that goes all the way through to grad school. We've raised a lot of grad students in Methacton, and we'd like to continue keeping it that way. So combining and reducing the number of schools, and that's going to mitigate the student-to-teacher personalization rate. And we certainly don't want that to occur. We think it's counterproductive to raising grad students. I get it, though. I'm a numbers guy. My wife is on the board. You guys have a very difficult job ahead of you. We know that budgets matter, and this is one thing we all have to work through together. It's tempting, and it's very easy with numbers to just look at the bottom line, but let's make sure that the numbers are accurate. I respectfully request you guys to go to the schools while they're in session and see what we're looking at. What's the live environment with the 59% capacity rate? Get the feeling for yourselves. Because if you look at the audience we have out here, the irreplaceable staff like Mrs. Fontanella or Mrs. Fisher that are here with us tonight, well, we're all numbers too. So in summary, why the rush? Why not wait for a year or two? If the PEL projections are correct, my 422 commute is going to get better. For these reasons, we're strongly opposed to closing Arrowhead and Audubon Elementary. Thank you for listening, and please make the right decision.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Andrea Reese, 8035 Fairview Lane, 3 children that attend Woodland. Before you start the timer, I will talk fast, but my words will take 4 minutes. I figure with 3 kids, especially first grade twins, I earned an extra 60 seconds. And I really don't want to use my number 11. And I apologize to the administrators. I was a little rude to get number 11. I don't want to have to use it. First, many of us will sit here for hours tonight. sat at the board meeting last night and at the public hearing on Monday. Many of us will now sit at all committee and board meetings for the foreseeable future. However, all of you have sat in meetings for hundreds of hours. I do want to acknowledge your volunteer time, and thank you. The bottom line is, although your backgrounds are diverse and your skill sets useful, none of you are educators. I attended the February 3rd meeting and spoke at the meeting because I am an educator, and I have been quietly noticing red flags. You see, I'm not part of an organized parents group who heard their school was closing and took action. Although they are impressive, and good luck keeping them at bay, I am a Montgomery County public school teacher who has been noticing some questionable decisions for a while. The red flags were scaring me, and February 3rd was the last straw. Red flag number 1, canceling T1. The decision to cancel a program that set Methacton apart and was incredibly beneficial to children was not good, to say the least. Now, students who struggle in kindergarten have 2 choices: stay at Methacton and struggle, or leave Methacton to attend private, parochial, or charter schools. I wonder why enrollment is declining. Red flag number 2, outsourcing the cafeteria and its employees. This was my first call to the district office. My children loved the chicken Caesar salad. The chicken Caesar salad now has a chicken patty on top. A chicken patty Caesar salad? Really? They now pack. Red flag number 3, sharing specials teachers. My 3 children, who all attend Woodland, do not have the same art teacher, music teacher, or media specialist because those teachers travel among buildings. The library is now closed once a week. Red flag number 4, outsourcing the buses. Selfishly, my children still have their beloved bus driver, Mr. Bob, who drove around the block a couple times because my daughter forgot to get off the bus one day.
Please sum up, ma'am.
Oh, shoot. But what at what cost? Red flag number 5, utilizing STS, a substitute service. This was my second call to the district office. STS for daily subs is okay, but let me explain to the non-educators in the room about STS and long-term subs. My daughter was taught by a teacher for the first 90 days of this school year. The first 90 days are the very valuable foundation of her education. He was responsible for all curriculum planning, parent communication, grading, educating, and caring for these students. He was not a Methacton employee. He was a STS employee and was not provided even 1 paid sick day. Just because something can be done does not mean it should be done. How did I know about this red flag? Not because he told me, because I am an educator. I will note that I also noticed positive educational initiatives. I am impressed with the technology and curriculum at Methacton. The above red flags were just that, red flags. I have been waiting for the other shoe to drop, and now it has. If you close a school, there will be issues with IEPs, 504s, SLOs, PVAS, GIEPs, RTI, and some of them with possible legal ramifications. Please excuse the acronyms, but I am an educator, and I understand the jargon. This is more than, all right,
sum up.
I have a page, I'll be back at number 11. I can come back or I can finish 1 page, I'm sorry.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Everybody has 3 minutes.
I understand.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, I do. Good evening. My name is Mark Schwertfeger. I live at 3625 Worthington Road in Collegeville. I have a daughter in 3rd grade at Arrowhead, and my son's in 6th grade right now at Skyview. He also attended K through 4 and the T1 program. Another failure. Your decision to cancel it, that is. I believe that closing 1 or 2 of these proposed schools will alter people's perception about this wonderful district we have, and in turn it will force the property value in this town to decrease. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that we've been in a seller's, this has not been a seller's market, which is the root cause of why there is a temporary decline in student population. And you don't need the PEL to tell you that. These are tough times, and everyone is tightening their belt, including residents probably in this building right now who have been living in this district for 30 to 40 years. They're holding on to their house because they don't want to take a loss on their house. And when they sell their house, new young families are going to move in. Population will go up. And many people tonight and on Monday have asked you not to rush into this decision. But I guess that's what you guys do best, because you close school early when there's 1 flake of snow falling, or no flakes. Well, that's typical, I guess. And while your presentation was impressive, if I were to grade it, I'd give it an F. And the reason why is because it was incomplete. There was no mention in that study or that presentation about what is to be done with the property. Will we have vacant buildings in our town? Will we sell the property? And I tell you, if we do have a vacant school in my neighborhood, I will not get the return on my house if I decide to sell it. And let's not talk about layoffs, because people are going to be losing their jobs. What about the teachers, the staff, the administration? There was no mention in your presentation about what your plan is for those folks. I also expect a bump in pay for those who hold on to their jobs and have incur extra workload. Now, without addressing those issues in your presentation, it's incomplete and rushed. Now, my suggestion is to get more concrete facts and address all the aspects of closing 1 or 2 of these schools, including what is to be done with the property and how you plan to handle the layoffs. Like, for example, who goes? Who stays? What is your plan for that?
Please sum up.
I will. And please do not ruin the integrity of Methacton and devalue the taxpayers' investments with a quick, rash decision that will turn around to bite everyone down the road. And I really wonder if your intentions are really not to close these 2 schools, but this is all a big scare tactic. And what I mean by that is to justify the capital that you want to put into these 2 buildings. And if so, shame on you. And at this time, by a round of applause, I would like to hear people in the audience that are for closing the schools. You have a right to speak. You have a right. I won't boo you or anything.
Sir, will you please sum up?
I will. And by round of applause, who is against closing these schools? Now, as you can see, the majority of the people do not wish these schools to close. The people have spoken, the same people that pay your salary.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is David Killian. I live at 3950 Township Line Road. I don't put that down, otherwise I'll forget it because I don't like public speaking. I have two boys. Adam is 7. He's in first grade at Arrowhead. Benjamin is 11. He's in 5th grade at Skyview. He benefited from the T1 program. Yeah. Both of my boys, let me just bring up both of my boys have been part of Cub Scout Pack 119. This is Adam's first year. Ben has just crossed over to Boy Scouts. Let me just say this is a great pack. This is a great place for kids to go. And as 90% of the boys come from Arrowhead, it'll be devastated if you close Arrowhead. I work at GlaxoSmithKline. In regards to the Pell projections that you showed on Monday, let me just say, and this goes for everyone here, I'm not a statistician, but one of the things I've learned in my 15 years there in research is that you never trust a graph that doesn't have error bars. There's no way they can pinpoint the number of students that are going to be in this program, in this school, in 20 years from now. They always have to be error bars. They have to show the confidence interval. This is something I want to bring up that many people here might not know. GSK is in the process of making the Collegeville site the center of all U.S. the hub for all U.S. research. All U.S. research. They're closing down half the Conshohocken site and moving those R&D people up here, which is about 1,300. They're closing down the North Carolina site, unfortunately, and moving some of those people up. There's 2,000 jobs down there. They're not moving all those people up here, but as I understand, it's about 500. At this point, it's impossible to say how many jobs are moving to the Collegeville site. I have seen a graph that shows that of the global funds that are allocated for refurbishing and upgrading labs and offices, 50% of those funds are going to this site right here in Collegeville. I've seen the pie chart. I don't know if I'm allowed to share that with everyone, but I have seen the pie chart. All new research, R&D, expansion, all new jobs in R&D at GSK in the U.S. will be right here in Collegeville. Additionally, Dow Chemical just moved 900 people into the old Pfizer site from Springhouse, which is 30 miles away. Now, not all these people are going to move here physically. I mean, it's not like Conshohocken is another state, but it's not going to. So it'll only take a few trips up and down 22 to convince the people in Philly and New Jersey that they might want to move out here as opposed to just driving the commute. And the same goes for the people at Springhouse with 202. These are well-educated, upper middle income families potentially looking for homes in our area. Now let me ask you this. Why would they move to Methacton? Methacton used to be an oasis of education out here. And that's not as true as it used to be. This is still a great school district, but our neighbors are getting better. And it doesn't take a whole lot of Google research to see that. And remember, these are people who do research for a living, these people who may be moving here. I don't mean to take the focus off children's education, but make no mistake, we are in direct competition with neighboring school districts for these homeowners. If we start closing schools, increasing class sizes, reducing our capacity for growth and commitment to special needs children, after shutting down wonderful programs like T1, which as I understand it only costs like 40 grand a year to keep up, why would these people move to our school district as opposed to their neighboring school districts? It seems like we're trying to fix past mistakes with future mistakes.
Please sum up, sir.
Let me just say, after Monday, I can't help but feel that we've been played. Someone brought up the big grab negotiation tactic, and I can't help but think that's what's happening here. We all heard all these terrible rumors, nightmare scenarios in which our first graders would be going to Skyview, and we didn't make these rumors up. I mean, we heard these. They came from somewhere. We came in here, loaded the bear, ready to fight, and you presented 8 scenarios, 5 of which were clearly a joke, were not intended to go through with, right? Of the other three, 2 of them included closing 1 school, and then you sort of ended the presentation with, well, we think we should keep Arrowhead open and close Audubon. Which, it sounds, I mean, I'm sure at that point you thought half the people here would get up and walk out and think, well, our school's not closing, so it doesn't matter. But that's not what happened. We're all standing together, and I, as a proud Arrowhead parent, I think you should keep both schools open.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Melissa Merrill. My address is 123 Steinbright Drive, Collegeville. I have 3 children in the district, 1 at the high school, 1 at Skyview, and 1 at Arrowhead. My husband and I recently relocated our family to Pennsylvania from another state. Because we have 3 school-aged children, the primary focus of our house buying search was the ranking of the school district. Out of the entire Philadelphia area, and after hours of research, Methacton was the school district we chose. The well-ranked district, high-performing students, involved teachers and parents, as well as the many opportunities for extracurricular activities, were among the factors we used to determine that our real estate purchase had to be within the Methacton School District's boundary lines. After looking at only 4 houses, we quickly purchased a home in Methacton in order to move in before the start of the school year. This was a significant time of stress and a difficult change for all of our children. As parents, we are determined to provide them with as much stability in their lives as possible. The possibility of having to change schools again due to redrawing the boundary lines will certainly make this transition process all the more challenging and traumatic. Right now, there are other families in the midst of the same house buying process, and they too have prioritized school rankings. We all need to be concerned about the ranking of our school district. The closure of any of our schools will have a negative impact on the district's ranking. A study done in the aftermath of school closures found that when schools closed, only those students who attended schools that were significantly better than their old schools demonstrated higher outcomes in math and reading. Therefore, it is inevitable that there will be a negative effect on test scores. These decreased test scores will adversely affect our school rankings. Then, as prospective homebuyers research the school and district rankings, Methacton will no longer be among the top districts in the area. As a result, we will all see a decrease in our property values, as property values have been proven to be directly related to the performance of the local schools. We will find ourselves in a perpetual cycle of decreased property values, leading to a decreased tax base, and in turn, the continuation of decreased school rankings. The recommendation to close Audubon is not a financially nor an educationally sound decision. Why the rush? WTR, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Hi, my name is Brad Kirshner. I live at Blackbird Circle in Audubon. My family moved to the district 3 years ago, specifically to enroll our 2 children in Audubon Elementary, based on its academic reputation. We cannot be happier with the level of education they're receiving. The teachers and staff are some of the best I've ever encountered in my entire life. They're up there. I'm also an active parent at the school. That's why I'm proud to wear this badge. It says Brad Kirshner, volunteer. It's not as cool as the first one Carolyn and Trish ever gave me 3 years ago. It said Brad Kirshner, lunch mom. I don't care what it says, just that I get to wear it and help out at the school and see my kids in the middle of the day sometimes. And hopefully, as long as underinformed decisions aren't made, it won't become a collector's item. And I can wear it again this September at Audubon. It's important to remember that the boards come and go, superintendents come and go, but the parents, teachers, and students have to live with the decisions they make for years to come. Many teachers dedicate 30-plus years to Methacton, and they have witnessed many poor decisions made by school boards. Many of those decisions are felt for years and years. It's been noted that the district used a similar plan in the recent past that showed an increase in population and enrollment. Their conclusion, build another school. And now we are all here today because this faulty study is saying the opposite. Did you know at Audubon, out of 433 students, 111 were not born in Pennsylvania? 74 of those 111 were born outside the United States. That's 25.6% of Audubon's enrollment that may not have been included in the Pell study. That's not a 2 or 3% margin of error. That's 1/4 of the total enrollment, and that's just one school. I'd also like to point out some obvious signs of the growing community. with improved roads and bridges as well as business infrastructure. For example, Route 422, Arcola Road Bridge, Providence Town Center, and the Oak Shopping Centers. Thinking back to the presentation on Monday, I guess the school board does see the growth potential in our area, since they deem Audubon Elementary suitable for immediate sale. It's not okay for you to capitalize on this upward trend or to suggest closing Audubon Elementary to relieve the district of future operating costs. My point is the current study does not take all this growth into account. It doesn't mention it. We cannot have short-sighted plans of building and closing schools that ultimately have a major effect on our kids. We need to make sure we take our time, work together, and get it correct for the long-term growth of our kids and the community as a whole. So what I want to know is, do you have a plan in place in case the current enrollment studies are wrong? WTR.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. And before we hear from the speaker, can I ask those with number 7 to please line up?
That's okay. Yes. My name is Erica Sabinski. I live at 1408 Catherine Street. Unlike a lot of people I have a son in the first grade at Audubon Elementary, and I have a daughter who hopefully will be going into kindergarten at Audubon Elementary in the fall. Unlike a lot of people who've spoken, I didn't go on a great search for a house and decide to live here because I've lived here my entire life. In fact, my current home is in the backyard of the home where I grew up, so I already knew how great this community was. And I didn't come with a prepared speech, but I wanted to speak and proudly represent Audubon parents because there haven't been too many of us so far. But my major concern is children like my son who has benefited from the learning support at Audubon because he has an IEP for a mild learning disability. And to speak on behalf of all the other kids there who need learning support, need emotional support, need behavioral support. And the classrooms that they are in, where they may be the only child in the classroom at that point, but they need to be the only child in the classroom at that point. They need a space to go, to quiet down, to have no interruptions while they take a test, while they do whatever they need to do. They can't share that space. So it might look underutilized, but it's not. It's being utilized to exactly the percentage that it needs to be. My son only has about 18, 19 students in his class, so his teacher knows if he needs extra help that day. She knows about the students in her class who are on the cusp and are getting the extra help because of her 18, 19 students. If you give her 22, 25 kids, she's not going to be able to catch those kids who don't have the IEP, who don't have the mandated extra attention that my son has. And those kids are going to start falling through the cracks. The kids who everyone thinks are doing just fine, they're going to start falling through the cracks. And that's what, when everyone says those large class sizes are going to hurt our kids, that's what that hurt is going to look like. It's going to look like the kids who are coming home and doing fine, they're not going to be doing fine anymore. The average students are going to start falling through those cracks. You're going to have more emotional support problems, more behavioral support problems. The kids who are already emotional support students and behavioral support students are not going to get the attention they need, and it's going to affect every other student that they come in contact with throughout the day when they don't have a quiet place without stimulation, or when they don't have a place that they can go to be loud when they need to be loud, because some kids need to be loud someplace. They need to move around someplace. If they don't get that, they're going to affect every other student they come in contact with, and it's just going to trickle down to every other kid. So it's not just going to be test scores, because my child's learning disability, it's going to affect test scores no matter what, but it's going to affect the daily activity of the school to have all these kids. So test scores are an important thing, but they're not all that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about my kid being happy and healthy and productive in school, because he's not just a test score, he's a human being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sandy Fisher, kindergarten teacher at Arrowhead, and a proud graduate. and a proud graduate of this phenomenal school district. I attended Methacton schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I even was privileged to sit as a student board member on the Methacton School Board from 1990 to 92. We all have life events that have molded who we are. The majority of my childhood in Methacton School District was nothing but positive and happy, but there was one negative experience that will forever be embedded in my memories. In 1984, I was affected by the closure of Audubon Elementary. I was in 4th grade and had to finish my elementary years at Woodland. Rather than being able to tell you what I learned that year, I am better able to tell you about the feelings associated with such a difficult transition. My energy and thinking at times were unintentionally more focused on adjusting to new, unfamiliar place than the academics being presented. In thinking about our students facing this abrupt transition has their emotional health and the impact it will have on their academic performance being taken into consideration. As a teacher, I am extremely concerned about our current class sizes and wonder what's to come in the future. We already have 22 students or more in our current kindergarten classes throughout the school district. The early years of education are very critical, and we should be considering lower class sizes to 18 in these early years and not increasing them to 25. In recent years, we have seen our special education numbers increase. Could this be a direct correlation to the increase in class size? It is next to impossible to effectively meet the needs of 22 or 25 5-year-olds. Lastly, but most importantly, on behalf of myself and my Arrowhead colleagues, I would like to take the time to thank the amazing parents and community members for their overwhelming support and expertise and encouragement. We are very lucky to have intelligent, hardworking, dedicated families. We know how much we appreciate your time and efforts. It has been said before that Arrowhead is more than a school community. We are a family, and that's what makes Arrowhead so special.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Best kindergarten teacher, not only in Pennsylvania, but in America.
I do. Hello, my name is Hiren Aldeshna, and I live at 5010 Tomahawk Drive. I have two sons, one who will be attending Arrowhead in September of 2015, and another one following in the next couple of years. I would like to start with a quote from George P. Pelham, a renowned British statistician. All models are wrong, but some are useful. Okay? Dr. Zerby, you do seem like an educated guy. Clearly, you don't believe that this PEL enrollment study is useful. Mr. Waters, the research associate from PEL, himself acknowledged that the rate of decline in the K-4 enrollment is slowing down. This is clearly an outcome of the economy coming out of the worst recession since the Great Depression. In fact, the enrollment in MSD elementary school has gone up from 1733 in October to 1755 as of today, based on right to know request as of yesterday. I personally know that in my neighborhood, many new families have moved in with younger kids. The only reason that these kids are not going into elementary school at Arrowhead, it's just 100 yards from my place, is because we don't have full-day kindergarten. So in the next few years, all these kids are going to enroll in one of the top performing school districts in Pennsylvania. And they are not at all accounted for in the PEL study. Heck, one of my sons who was born in Chester County is also not included in the study. In fact, I know he's going to go there in September. I should know at least. Migration into the school district like MST is very likely. Empty nesters are going to move out and new families with young kids will move in. Although PEL study acknowledges this, it does not provide any correction in its calculation to make adjustment for this factor. The capacity analysis presented by Mr. Thomas feels like he's playing musical chairs with our kids. He presented 7 options. And frankly, apart from the first 3, do nothing, close Audubon, close Arrowhead, the remaining options felt like they were made to fill the slides and drive public's opinion to the less disruptive of the 2 options. It is like how my 5-year-old plays Legos. Move a few pieces and you have a brand new superhero. Or should I say a super monster in this case. I frankly just don't believe how closing one of the schools will not result in increased student-to-teacher ratio or reduced space for the special needs kids. I have a personal interest in this to make sure that the special needs program are not overlooked in this reshuffling, since my second son has development delays and anxiety issues. These kids need an environment that they are familiar with and they know, so that they can trust the person working with them in the environment. Your plan to do away with one of the schools does not take those kids into account. They need their sensory space and the time to calm down whenever there is an episode. It is clearly unacceptable to count rooms used for special need as wasted space as mentioned. Okay. Closing older school and established school to replace them with newer one is just a recipe for failure in the future. So to sum up, I would say kids are parents' biggest assets and the greatest sense of pride. If you put their future at risk, you have no idea of the consequences that are going to come in this wake. To sum up, I would urge the board to slow down and reconsider the decision, listen to the committee of community members' recommendation, take up PEL on their offer to revisit the study in 2015, and in fact, commence another independent study using competitive bidding to understand the future enrollment and capacity needs. Thank you.
I do. Hello, my name is Jennifer Wright. I'm a Lower Providence resident at 1050 Hildebardo Drive in Collegeville. And I have to say, I'm not a public speaker, so I will make this short, and I feel like I would be doing a disservice to my kids if I didn't say something. So I have 3 kids, 2 are at Arrowhead, and 1 is just waiting for her chance to get there. I was hoping that would be this fall, but now I'm not so sure. My husband spoke on Wednesday night briefly about our 2-year search to relocate our growing family. We came to Methacton by choice. It was not an accident. And now, through all these hearings, I see how many other families have made that choice. I wanted to say that this Pell demographic study and the capacity enrollment studies are just one piece of the puzzle. And just like a piece of the puzzle, no one piece shows the whole picture. You must work to see how the total picture develops as you fit the pieces together. If you leave pieces out, there are gaping holes, and I see a lot of holes. You need to fill in these holes. You need to work with the staff at the schools and the community at large to fill in the holes. Please take the time to do this right. Why the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Robert Guy, and I live at 716 Barrington Road. As you can tell by my shirt, I'm a volunteer at Arrowhead. I've been proud to do so since 2010, and I can tell you straight up, with eyes on, that building is not underutilized. It is used properly. After sitting here for 2 evenings, I have one lingering thought, and I'm sorry to say that I've lost confidence in your ability to lead our district. I feel this way because I firmly believe that you made the decision to close Audubon even before you had your study conducted. I think the study was conducted just to support your decision that was already made. And unfortunately, I also believe that my testimony here is falling on deaf ears because I think I'm here just to check a block to say that you heard my testimony. I know something about leadership. I was in the Army for 21 years, and I proudly served in Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Joint Endeavor, and Iraqi Freedom. And the one thing that I learned is that while the mission comes first, my soldiers conducted that mission. And my job as a leader was to make sure that they had the means and tools with which to conduct that mission. Our teachers are our front line. You have heard the testimony from members of this community. Many are experts, and they have they've shown flaws in your studies. If you rush to a decision to close Audubon, you are doing so on flawed data. Closing Audubon will mean reduction in teaching staff, traveling teachers, or both. Neither of these will enhance the mission of educating our children. This community conducted a survey which asked, what are the strengths of the Methacton School District? The number one answer, our teachers. But you already know this. You're counting on this. You know that the teachers will step up and teach no matter what conditions you make them teach in, because they know their mission. It is not right. I am a teacher with over 14 years experience, and I know something about class size and being a traveling teacher. For the last 3 years, I've been traveling from class to class, and I lose on average 8 to 10 minutes of instructional time. I also lose that critical one-to-one time with my students as I rush to set up my lessons. And then I have to disassemble my classroom to move it to the next. Why would you want to hamstring the teachers of this amazing district the same way that I am hamstrung? I started off by saying that I have lost confidence in your ability to lead. Please prove me wrong. Do the right thing. Do not rush. You were elected to represent us. Listen to us. Reach out to this community. There are experts out there that can help you fix any of these problems. Why the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name's Don Chung. I live at 106 Forest Lane in Collegeville. I have 2 children at Arrowhead and hopefully a 3rd one in kindergarten this coming year. I simply have a story similar to many others I've shared before. About 2 years ago, I lived in Perkiomen Township, and my wife and I were looking to move. We obviously picked to come here because we felt like it was a great school district. Dr. Zerbe, you talked about the future on Monday as one of the things that we have to consider. And the one comment I'd like to bring up is, let's think about the future. If you put yourself in the shoes of a potential home buyer with young children, if you're aware of the school district is considering closing 2 schools, I've got to be honest, you're going to reconsider about coming to that school district. If you had told me 2 years ago, I'd be at a public hearing discussing the possibility of closing 2 schools, I got to be honest, I don't know if I'd be coming to this township, to this school district. The last thing I'd like to talk about too is we understand there's a financial crunch. I think a lot of school districts face that. And you all have a very difficult decision to make. The only other thing I'd like to bring up is we've heard a lot about why the rush and second opinion. When it comes to the financial issues, that's another place where we could have another opinion. $10 million to fix a school. I think we'd all agree that a school is not measured by the quality of its windows or the quality of its roof. A school is measured by the quality of the students and the quality of the teachers and the family. The family that support the students. So that's just something to consider. I mean, can you imagine how many teachers you could hire with $1 million? I mean, why not, I don't know, take $5 million to fix the school and take $1 million to hire some more teachers or some aides, but just a thought. So please, I'm just asking you to consider our voice and make a wise decision for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I do. I am also not a public speaker. And to add to that, I had to scribble all over my notes because so many of my points were already covered tonight. But I did want to just come up and add my voice. You guys must be getting really tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over from parents about how they moved into the school district. My name is Katia Figueroa, and we live in Audubon, in Mockingbird Lane, and we've lived here since 2001. And when we moved here, we didn't choose our house because of the wonderful 70s charm that it exuded. And I think a lot of my neighbors also made the same similar choice, but we chose it because of its close proximity to Audubon Elementary School. Okay. Now, I have a daughter and two sons who have all attended Audubon. And indeed, from 2002 on, through last year, there has been at least one Figueroa child attending Audubon Elementary, so that's a total of 12 years. Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with the school. My sons are now a 5th grader at Skyview and an 8th grader at Arcola. My daughter, when she was a 1st grader at Audubon, was in reading club, math club, and I have to say, right now she is a National Honor Society member, waiting to hear from colleges. She has already been offered a merit scholarship, and a lot of that is due to the attention that she got early on at Audubon Elementary, particularly from Mrs. Siliberto and Mrs. Saffaretti. I told you I'm not a public speaker. They made a big difference. So that just proves what the attention at an early grade level will do for a child. So when I first heard that Audubon was in danger of closing due to under-enrollment, I was sure there had to be some terrible mistake. Wasn't Skyview just built at a cost of something like $30.8 million due to the district's elementary schools being overcrowded? Now I hear that actually heard tonight that enrollment was declining since 2001. Why was Skyview ever built? I'm sure I have been a little bit naive because while I was originally against the concept of Skyview, mainly because I thought it was kind of odd to have children go from elementary school to a 2-year school to another 2-year school. I trusted that the plan was a necessity based on some kind of legitimate research. And as we've heard, there's some opposing data. So I guess this was a $30.8 million mistake. In addition to the money...
Please sum up.
I'm sorry, my sons missed out on spending 5th grade at Audubon for no good reason, if this is true, which I know would have been beneficial for them, as it was for my daughter. Now suddenly, enrollment is under capacity, and there's an urgent need to shut down 1, if not 2, elementary schools. Something really doesn't sound right. Now, I am not a statistician like some of the eloquent speakers on Monday night, but I do know that if you increase the capacity of a school district by 1,025 students by building an entirely new building, then, of course, the elementary school, and then you drag out the 5th grade, of course the elementary schools are going to show an under-enrollment. Wasn't that the entire point?
Will you please
It's obvious to me. Why is that not obvious to you? Okay, I'm wrapping up. That leads me to really wonder, what is the rush? And Dr. Zerbe, I have to tell you that I found it extremely unsettling that you recommended to close Audubon before hearing any of the feedback from the community. That felt really, really disrespectful. And really gave the impression that you had already made your decision and you really didn't care to hear what the community believes or
Ma'am,
thinks.
thank you. If
Thank
you have
you.
any additional comments, you can submit them in writing, but thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Robert Drummy, 3790 Stoughton Road, Collegeville. I have 4 children who attended Arrowhead, Arcola, and the high school, and they're all graduated now. I guess my biggest concern is with the proposal of the projections of the enrollment. If we were so high in a projection only a few years ago, and now it's so low in a projection now, I don't see how the two can be reconciled with each other. Also, I think that it would only take a small number of people, with grown children to move out of the district and people with young children to move in to very quickly turn around the school enrollment. I'm also concerned if we close a school and it becomes unused and unusable, and we do get an increase in school population, we'd have to build an entire new school, and that would cost a small fortune. But anyway, I just, like they say, don't want to rush into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name's David Miller. I live at 34 Meadow Road. I have 3 boys who are in the school district. David is in Methacton, Jonathan is in Skyview, and Keith is in Arrowhead. Before I go on about Arrowhead, I'd like to know the true nature of the reason why Skyview was built in the first place when you had school closings in the past. You show, and in my opinion, that you build one school, close 2, along with the teachers and staff, just to save some money. I also love your graphs. First of all, Arrowhead is not 44 years old. It's 41 years old. And also, you show that Arrowhead is at 59%. Did you guys take into account that you took 3 fifth grade classes out of there? I want to talk about growth. The U.S. Census, Lower Providence in 1990 shows 19,300. In 2000, Lower Providence shows 22,800. In 2010, Lower Providence shows 25,800. Do you see where I'm going with this? In 2006, I was looking for a place to build a home. I looked in Newtown, Richmond Town, and Collegeville. I asked around, and as every parent here shows, what's the first thing you do when you move? You look at the school district, and that's what I did. Now, when I say I got a house built, I built my own house. I did the footings. I did the plans. I called for the inspection. All of this before going over to Iraq. I got 19 and a half years in the military. And still serving. I've been lied to by chiefs, colonels, generals, the DOD, the Pentagon, federal government. What makes me think that you're not lying to me and us right now? My closing words I like to, is Miss Fisher still here? Miss Fisher? And Miss Young? If not, Miss Fisher had all 3 of my boys. And if it wasn't for her, my youngest son, who's 6, has a learning disability. Okay? She talked to me and my wife about my son. If it wasn't for her, it wasn't for the school, I don't know where I would have been. To you and to us, this is a short-term gain, but a long-term loss by closing these schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a break till about 8:15, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. When we reconvene at 8:15, I'm going to ask those with the number 8 to please get in line.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Hello, hi. Is this on? Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention just for one moment, I need to make a housekeeping remark. If any individuals took a number tonight and you have already previously spoken, if you could come and join me up the front.
Is this on? Excuse me. Excuse me. It is 8:15. It is 8:15. It is time to come back. You said 8:15. It is time to come back. Don't stall. Do not stall like you did last night and took a 30-minute private executive meeting.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't want to talk politics right now.
Well, just take this thing.
I don't want to talk politics right now. I am sick of politics. Get back here. It is 8:15.
I just want to shake your hand and thank you.
I'm sorry. Wait, what did I miss? It's now 8:18.
Will those individuals with number 8 please report to the position over here?
Well, they can come and... Wait.
One's has to get sworn in separate.
All right, hold on a second.
You say whatever you want, but that's not what we're doing. And we're taking written comments.
If everyone will start taking their seats, we'd like to get started. Thank you.
Probably be at about 6 hours of testimony. We've got a long way ahead of us tonight. We got a number of people that have already signed up and we have to finish. We're not even finished with signed up the first one. So we got a long way to go yet. Okay?
I'm just saying, like, if I was under the impression that I was speaking at, now I'm saying, now I'm...
I don't know how anybody could be under that impression. When I read the rules in the very beginning, everybody's limited to 3 minutes. We said that the first thing that we did on Monday night was that limitation. You can't run one of these things and give everybody 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. You can't do it.
Well, that's fine. That's just that clarification.
I have to be back.
This is the first speaker.
All right, everyone that has the number 8, please get in line. For the remainder of this evening, what we're going to do is we're going to hear from all those people who have signed up, who have not spoken. Anyone who has spoken, whether they've signed up again or not, will be given an opportunity to submit their additional comments in writing. So at At this time, we're going to begin taking the testimony again. So, do we have a speaker? Please be sworn. The rules were read when we started initially. Every speaker was limited to 3 minutes. Please be courteous to the speakers.
Be courteous to us.
I swear. Ashley Power, 145 Level Road. So, it appears the school board has created a self-fulfilling prophecy of excess capacity and believed it would be the answer to a financial problem they and the prior boards have created. It was presented to us as if we were a one-town factory and we lost that factory. Well, I for one do not feel we live in a ghost town, and I believe the rest of our hardworking Methacton families, who all deserve their 3 minutes, feel the same way. Fortunately, our brilliant community and our lawyers had the ability and invested the time to diligently work through the enrollment and capacity studies. Our thorough analysis presented on Monday evening completely dispelled the prophecy of overcapacity. Now this board has 2 options. One of the options, which should have been done right away after your break, was to come in and say we would no longer continue this. Do they continue along this now proven ill-guided path, even with a ludicrous explanation via phone earlier this evening of shuttering 2 schools in a hasty manner? As we proved on Monday night, this would lead to an absolutely unacceptable overcrowding of students in classrooms and to lawsuits for those special education and special service children who are consolidated through a tightening up to provide adequate support, quote. Also, it was pointed out that the shuttering of the schools can have significant costs, over $1 million, and as enrollment will grow, any shuttered school would need to be reopened in 5 to 10 years at a woodlanized cost of $12+ million. And who will pay for this mistake? Our children and the taxpayers. Or do you come clean with the public by letting us know they and their predecessors have been short-sighted and created a financial problem? If they choose this option, they will have to communicate with the taxpayers what it will cost in additional property tax to fix these problems. Furthermore, they will need to put forth a fiscally sound plan over a 5-year horizon for which they will hold themselves accountable. While this may not get them reelected, it is the moral and ethical obligation they swore to when joining the school board. I believe the community would rather the board select option 2 and remove the Jim Van Horn stick from your rears. As it saves the taxpayer a great deal of money in the long run and protects the lifestyle we have come to love in Methacton, that we are known for, that you have now crushed. Why would anyone want to come here? It also protects the home values of our community, which we currently receive an average of $20,000 to $80,000 premium just because of the quality of our school district. The board may point to current rankings of the high school and say, we are doing a great job. The board did not do a great job. It was the elementary school educators who did an amazing job. The board did not do a great job. Now you want to close schools like Audubon and Arrowhead that these great high schoolers went to. Why the rush? Do your jobs, make an educationally sound decision. There are creative answers for this issue. You can still fix this and bring back our trust. Bring back T1. Allow tuition students from neighboring districts like Norristown.
Ma'am, please sum up. You can submit
Start a preschool prep program.
You can submit your additional comments.
Take the Arrowhead model and put it through all elementary schools because we are excelling.
Will you please, ma'am,
get Methacton back on top.
Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Melissa Bauer, and I reside at 1133 Sparrow Road in Audubon. I have 2 children, a 3rd grader at Audubon and a 3-year-old who is currently attending preschool. As a community member and full-time working mom, I kindly ask you to reconsider your recommendation to close Audubon Elementary. Putting projections and capacity studies aside, I would like to share my personal story of how I came to live in Audubon. Nearly 12 years ago, my husband and I purchased a home in the Apple Valley neighborhood. Part of the reason we moved there, of course, was the school district, as many folks before me have indicated. Since my daughter has attended Audubon, the school has lived up to the ideal learning environment we always envisioned for our children. Thanks to the teachers, staff, home and school, our children are provided with numerous educational and social opportunities, some of which are unique to Audubon specifically. In closing, I would like to read a letter written by one of Audubon's 4th grade students. This demonstrates just how much parents, students, and teachers love Audubon. To whom it may concern, is it really necessary to lose such a valuable school? Don't close Audubon. My first reason that Audubon should not be closed is because the other schools would be too crowded with additional kids from Audubon. From my experience, if there are too many students in one class, it can be frustrating when the teacher doesn't call on you. Some of the students might never be noticed. As a result, the students might be discouraged from learning. My second reason is that many students live far away from our schools. If you were going to go on a bus, that would take even longer. And I get bored on the bus when it takes even just 30 minutes to get to school. Also, students might not want to go to the school activities such as orchestra, band, or chorus. If Audubon is closed, many students will not go just because parents do not have time to drop them off. My third reason is that I want my little sister to experience the same things that I did at Audubon. I want her to have the same amazing teachers that I had at this amazing school. Many students at Audubon have little brothers and sisters, and I believe they're thinking the same thing. My final reason is that the smart, brilliant, awesome, and amazing teachers at Audubon would lose their job. Have you thought about how hard their lives would be after losing their jobs? Is that what they get for return after working so hard at Audubon for so many years? At Audubon, students care about their teachers very much, just like the teachers care about them. Don't close Audubon. If it is closed, other schools will be too crowded. Many students live far away from the other schools. Many great teachers will lose their jobs, and younger kids won't get to experience what the current students are doing at Audubon. Sincerely, a 4th grade student at Audubon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. John Andrews, a Lower Providence resident, and I've spoken to this board many times.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes. I do. To answer those who asked, Skyview was built because the public was given inflated and incorrect enrollment projections to satisfy a few egos. I was here during the Skyview debacle, and the board at that time listened but went ahead anyhow, even though the majority of the public at the Act 34 hearing was against going forward. Now that Methacton recognizes the reality of declining enrollment, it needs to take more than 90 days to evaluate the PEL information and proposals presented by Mr. Thompson, Dr. Zerbe, and the public. PEL's enrollment projection was superficial, in my expert opinion, as it gave too much weight to birth rates and does not consider local factors, such as significant losses of 12,000 to 18,000 jobs at Pfizer and Merck. If you don't have a job, you don't have a home. Some question projected future enrollment losses. I believe they are wrong, as those jobs won't be quickly replaced. My enrollment projections agree with PEL's as a perhaps by luck. I believe they are wrong who believe that we won't have these future enrollment losses, because those jobs won't be quickly replaced. Steady enrollment would take unlikely increases in births, resales, and new homes. Mr. Thompson's three options for K-4 failed to address the largest problem, excess capacity at Skyview Arcola, as he states in his cons. The remaining options pretend that Skyview could be another elementary school. Dr. Zerbe's recommendation seems a short-term fix. Consider this as option number 8. Change the K-4s back to K-5s. Change Arcola back to a 6-8 and close and sell Skyview. It all works by the numbers. It does a better job of reducing excess seats. It does less community harm, and it does not depend on enrollment falling further. While Mr. Thompson laid it on thick about expensive renovation costs at 2 schools, selling Skyview would be a big plus for taxpayers while improving education, our number one purpose. That is among my 6 pro claims supporting a Skyview closure. 1, K-5s have better education outcomes for students. 2, local elementary schools are needed for overall viability of our several neighborhoods. 3, the Skyview Arcola complex, the largest middle school in Pennsylvania.
Mr. Andrews, please sum up.
And it puts too many eggs in one basket. 4, Skyview is saleable. 5, forced school transitions are too many. 6, there will be lower busing costs. There are businesses, commercial realtors, with building repurposing skills. One of them ought to be contracted to find an alternate and acceptable use for the 1,000-seat Skyview. Possibilities include community college, a 6-8 magnet school, a charter school, blue-collar job training facility.
Please sum up. You can submit your comments in writing.
Yes, or a home for retired school directors. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Can we have our next speaker, please?
Yes. My name is Tiffany Richardson. I live at 1504 Grant Road, Lansdale. I have 3 children in the school district, my oldest at Methacton High School, my middle son at Arcola, and my youngest son at Audubon Elementary. Worcester is my home school, but they were unable to accommodate my youngest son there, so he was bused to Audubon Elementary in September of 2013. I'm here to speak from my heart and to advocate for my son, Chase. Chase has autism, and he's currently making strides at Audubon Elementary. He's sitting in the audience with his autistic support teacher and his speech therapist right now. Chase doesn't have one teacher. He has a team of people who help him. From his therapist who work with him, his autistic support teacher, Dawn Hess, the principal, his one-on-one aide, speech therapist, occupational therapist, behavioral therapist, and his first grade teacher. My concern with the closure of Audubon is what will happen to his team that currently helps him now. If anyone knows anything about autism, you should know that these children do not do well with transitioning. It can cause major setbacks, and what you're talking about will completely rock his world. You need consistency with children on the spectrum. You talk about excess capacity, but what about the excess capacity serves to accommodate the special needs children services at Audubon? The special education rooms designated for PT, OT, speech. Chase is already on a school bus for an hour and 15 minutes to come home. You talk about merging elementary schools and making these special needs children fit in the space at other districts, other schools. What I hear is overcrowding and overwhelming to my son. Autistic children need space, and they need a place to go and regulate themselves when they're having a meltdown. If anyone knows anything about autism, I urge you to reconsider closing either elementary school for children like Chase. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes. My name is Amy Vasiluzzo, and I live on Woodstock Circle in Collegeville. My son Braden is in 2nd grade at Arrowhead, and my daughter Annabelle is in kindergarten at Arrowhead. We were told before Monday night that no decision has been made and that our voices needed to be heard. Tonight I'm standing here to speak up for our school and for our children. I moved into my neighborhood, like many of other people have said, because of Arrowhead. It didn't have to do with test scores that I researched or statistics. It was the impression that was left on me after I was around Arrowhead. I'm the youngest of 5. I was around my niece and nephews, Jack, Elizabeth, and Andrew Sharkey, as they grew up in Arrowhead. I spent time at spring fairs, fall festivals, and concerts before I had my own children. I saw what being a part of a great school community did for my brother and his family. I wanted the same for my own. When Braden was 9 months old, we found our forever home, walking distance from Arrowhead. My kids love school. They love Arrowhead. It's the early years that shape them into the student they will become and the professional they will be. They will become the adults that take care of all of us one day. We all need to lead by example. My kids are always excited to start a new day at school and learn something new. I find it funny because with my own experience in school, I never wanted to go. I never wanted to be in school. I made my mom's job as a parent extremely hard. Mr. Roberts, the Arrowhead staff, and teachers make my job as a parent so much easier, and I am so grateful for this. They are caring, compassionate, and smart, experienced people. I'm thankful to have them by my side on this journey, because as you know, being a parent today is not easy. They know their students, and they know the families. They hear my concerns, I hear theirs, and we all follow each other's advice. I feel proud when my husband and I are told that we're doing a good job with our kids. I've spent time in school and with the staff. I enjoy going into the building and helping out as much as my children enjoy going to school there. And I look forward to when my youngest, Charlotte, is in kindergarten in 2018 and being able to help out even more. I am missing Wednesday night at home with my husband and kids. It's our one night where we have no activities to rush to. But I'm here with my other family asking you all to listen to us. I know what makes these elementary schools so special, and I hope that you take the time to see it for yourself. I urge you to talk to us, talk to our teachers, go to school, get to know us, not just the numbers. Talk to all of us on the front lines, as one parent put it. Get our input, hear our concerns, and take time to make the right decision and gain the community's trust back by not relying on estimations and projections in such a short, rushed process. I don't want my kids to get lost in the system because of maximized space. No one wants that for their child, and no teacher wants that for their student. We want to gain your trust back. We want to be able to trust you again. We want what's best for our children, and we don't want to be angry anymore. We want to work with you on this important decision. Wouldn't it be nice to hear that you're doing a good job, too?
Please sum up, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do. Hi, my name's Michael Katz. I have 3 children in the school district who are with me here tonight. I have a senior at the high school who's about to graduate and has been accepted to 8 out of the 9 universities he's applied to. Both he and his younger brother are members of the Honor Society and Junior Honor Society, and I have a 2nd grader at Audubon Elementary. We are well aware of the greatness of this district. I'm a project management professional, have been one for the last 15 years, and so tonight I'd like to provide a perspective of not only as a professional, but as a parent. So as a professional, the first question I ask at the beginning of every project is, are we addressing the right problem? Is this the right project? And the charts and graphs that were presented the other night inspired me to create my own chart. And so This chart represents enrollment from 2007 through 2014, not only at Methacton, but at all of the immediately adjacent school districts around us. And as you can see, while we are in about an 8% decline, 6 of the 8 school districts have had significant enrollment increases, while 2 remain flat. So my question for the board is, are we sure that there is not something unique happening at Methacton? If it's demographic, why wouldn't it affect all of the surrounding area? Are we addressing the right problem? The second question I ask is the timeline realistic? Given the timeline it appears we're on, I'm specifically concerned about children that have IEPs, like my daughter Brianna. Will there be sufficient time for parents to review their recommended placements and visit their new school prior to the end of the school year so they can see the school operating in action? I think this is very important when we're talking about transitions of children that have special needs. And lastly, as a parent, I hope that the impact on students like my daughter Brianna will be forefront in the minds of the board. For I have no way of putting an economic value on the benefit that she gets from school today. See, Brianna struggles with many things in school. She struggles with math, with reading comprehension, with transitions, and she startles easily. But in spite of these challenges, she loves her school. And this is because of the team at Audubon, led by Mrs. Rickey, and her teacher, Miss Sawyer, and the rest of her team who are here, who I'd like to stand. They have created an inclusive environment that has enabled her to thrive. I trust you have a plan to ensure this environment will be seamlessly transitioned for all students like Brianna. I thank you. I ask you what's the rush, and I'd like to volunteer for Dr. Zerbe's parent committee. Thank you.
Good, sir. Excuse me. Before you leave, if you'd like to leave that with us, we'll take that as an exhibit and mark it for the hearing, or if you want to keep that one and submit a smaller version, it's up to you.
My pleasure to give you that one.
Thank you.
Tell them to save your school.
Do not save my school.
Next speaker, please. And before this gentleman starts, can I ask those of you that have the number 9, please get in line. Thank you.
Are you sure you want me to start swearing? I will affirm that I will tell the truth and I won't skip out on anything. My name is Joe Ferrero. I live at 12 Pine Tree Drive. I blame Methacton. I blame them because I got 3 kids in college. I blame them because my oldest is at Virginia Tech and he's finishing his master's degree in economics on a full ride. I blame Methacton because they had a T1 program. That's what did it. I blame Methacton for my second son, who was a philosophy major at your college. He had T1. I blame Methacton for my daughter, who's got 2 majors and a minor at the University of Hartford. She didn't do T1. I guess she'll do all right. Part of my point is, we need to double down on education. I can remember you had a 2-year period where you put the teachers through heck over contracts. And those teachers did a darn fine job. Thank you. I've sat here and watched you guys disassemble the cafeteria, the bus services, and now we're going to start disassembling the schools. Are we going to start putting like the 2nd grade on eBay? I got to tell you, used kids don't bring big prices. Public schools face competition. You want to run this like a business, like you have been? It's not responsible to kill your own product. The product is T1. It's languages like German that were cut when my kids were in school. Languages should be expanded. We shouldn't be talking about closing schools. You put T1 back in, if the predicate idea for closing even one school or releasing one teacher is we've got too much capacity, I'll get your capacity back. Put the T1 program back in, because children, it is not a timing issue where you go, all right, he's 5 years old or she's 7 years old, they should be in this grade. Kids develop at different rates. If my two older kids, my two older boys did not have T1, I don't think they would have succeeded. They were able to get that extra year of maturity. Academically, they would have been fine, but they needed that extra year. They needed to mature and develop into real people. You put them in a slingshot when you put them in T1, because at that point, first grade becomes easy, second, third, they glide. And I believe in the public school system. You face competition from the parochial school system, from the charter school system, from the homeschoolers. We need a better product. You want to bring those kids back in? You want to get your numbers back up? Bring us a product. Bring us real education. Don't start closing schools. We need them up, and we need them rolling. Thank you.
Please sum up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Absolutely, I do. My name is Kelvin Carolina. I live at 900 Creeble Mill Road, Eagleville. I've lived in the township now since 1995. My wife and I have a son that's 25 years old now, and he went through the whole school district from the age of 5 until he graduated in 2007. We've heard a lot of comments from the community. I've seen a lot of people crying tonight. I saw people crying Monday night, but you don't answer any questions. So my question that I have, or a comment, is there going to be a mechanism in place so that we can hear the answers to all these questions that came up? Because there were a lot of questions, a lot of comments, a lot of contradictories to your reports from the Pell Group and Mr. Thompson. And I'm curious, I would like to see the answers to all the questions that came up. Whether they were in writing or verbally communicated, I would like to see those questions answered.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes. Hello. My name's Angela McCaffrey. I live at 1451 Gertrude Avenue in Audubon. I have a second grader in Audubon. I also have a 24-year-old that went through Methacton School District as well. My daughter wanted me to let you know that you shouldn't close the school, her school. All of her friends are there. She loves her friends and her teachers, and it would really hurt her feelings if you closed her school. When I saw Mr. Katz up here, it was one of the points that I actually wanted to make. Brianna, his daughter, and my daughter Taylor are in the same class. That is a life lesson. That's not anything that can be taught. Taylor working with Brianna one-on-one is a life lesson. Splitting that up. So then I was also told, but I would rather not say, that I was absolutely wasting my time coming here to these meetings because y'all made up your mind. I'm really hoping that's not the case. Everybody has expectations. There's expectations for everyone. As parents and residents, we pay taxes, we vote, we have to provide for all of our families. Through the recession, it's, make it or break it, figure it out, get it done, no excuses. Our children have expectations to go to school, to take showers, to know their hygiene, to get dressed, a little more and more each year and each day. I have to tell you, I'm really glad that I'm here, not for this reason, because I wanted to tell you that before this all came about, I wanted to come to a board meeting and tell you how you need to reduce class sizes in the elementary schools, period. My daughter has 23 children in her classroom, 23, and I'll tell you what, her schedule is 9 hours a day, Monday through Friday, for a second grader that is affiliated with school. I work 60-plus hours a week, and I still have 5 to 7 hours worth of homework every week when I come home. If the teachers had less students that they could concentrate on one-on-one or in smaller groups, maybe there wouldn't be so much extra time. Taylor fights with me. When she leaves school, she wants to be done school. But anyway, so I don't want to run out of time. Tuesday, I heard Arrowhead parents stressing that Arrowhead had a great percentage, best in the school district. Go. You rock. You all need to make the rest of the schools that statistic. I work for a nonprofit organization. I heard somebody in healthcare Tuesday. I'm running out of time. You know what? Patients first. It is a hospital. I'm in finance. I saw your budget. You guys have some flexibility. You're not going to be popular, but you're really not now. You know, so you have some movement. You've got 5,000, 10,000 resources. These people are intelligent. They're all walks of life, and they're all career-driven. Ask for help. That's what we tell our kids. Ask for help. And it's free. You know?
Please sum up.
I'll sum it up with this, because God knows I have a lot more to say, but I'll sum it up with this. The impact is already happening to our kids. Taylor has cried 3 times in 2 weeks because her school's closing. So for it to happen down the road, it's already hit, guys. It's already hit. And, you know, Dr. Zerbies, I saw that you had an entry plan that lasted a year, like a transition plan. To give these kids 2 months? No, that's not fair. Just take your time. Look at your, just, everybody up there is a responsible adult. You wouldn't be there if you weren't. So just take your time, listen, ask for help. There's construction people out here that can give you estimates, everything. There's quality people.
Ma'am, if you have additional comments, you can submit them to us.
I
in
just
writing,
appreciate your
please.
time, and I appreciate you listening, and I really hope you actually are. What's the rush?
Thank you. And our next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kimberly O'Donnell. I am at 5009 Edward Lane, and I am the proud mother of a 3rd grader at Arrowhead and a 1st grader at Arrowhead. My husband and I moved here from Glenside to Collegeville specifically for the Methacton School District. Our education program was leaps and bounds above all of the surrounding districts. We knew this was where we wanted to start our family, and when we looked, we knew Arrowhead area was where we wanted the kids to go. Our children were both born in the summer, so we were also interested in the transitional first program available at the elementary schools. Due to the budget cuts, the Methacton School Board did away with this program the year our oldest started kindergarten. From the moment we stepped foot in Arrowhead, we knew this was where we wanted our children to go. The teachers and staff are nothing short of extraordinary. Their passion they have for their careers, the commitment to the education they provide, the knowledge for the minds they enrich, the love for the hearts they warm. The staff at Arrowhead has it all. Thank you. Over the past few years, our children have grown, and we've looked for homes that have had a little more land than what we currently have. Sure, there's been plenty of homes on the market with land in PV, North Penn, and Springford, all around us, some beautiful homes that fit just about every item on our checklist. But our number one priority has been to stay in the Methacton School District and stay within Arrowhead. So, until we find that perfect home with the perfect backyard here, where the bus runs to and from Arrowhead, we are here and we will fight to stay here. But now the Methacton School Board's talking about possibly closing our beloved Arrowhead. And just as important is the possible closure of another school in our district, as this affects the number of children in all of the classrooms, the length of the time they ride the bus, and the numerous other important items the parents have already touched on. Who knows at this point if we'll even stay at Arrowhead or be sent to another school once the redistricting lines have been drawn. This may be just what it takes to put the for sale sign in our yard. I have a few questions for Dr. Zerbe and the board that I'd be happy to submit in writing, but I'd like to speak them out here. A large component of any school closure is how the school district plans for and handles the redistricting of students and the resulting transportation impacts. Since the transportation costs are a critical component of understanding the total costs to close the schools and reroute kids, how are these costs not considered? We need to be certain safety and transportation efficiency are retained when combining schools. Without seeing a redistricting plan, how do we know that our students are not going to be bused halfway across the district to another school? Parents will not put up with long bus rides for their children. We'll consider alternate schools or leave the district altogether, making the enrollment problem cycle downward. How is the school board planning to handle this critical part of the total scenario, especially when we do not even have a transportation manager in place? Before I step away tonight, I have one more thing to share with you. Last night I attended the school board meeting where the board approved the 2015-16 school calendar, which has the students starting on September 1st, which falls before Labor Day this year. While this is frustrating on many levels, let me make one thing clear. This affects our students the most. If you've seen the new calendar, you'll notice there's only one in-service day prior to the start of school. One day. And we're doing this at the same time we're consolidating schools, which means teachers may be in a different building next year and may need extra time for training and redesigning their curriculum with their new grade level teachers. During the previous in-service days in the past, our schools would also host the new student orientations. Now we have many children that could be shuffled around to all new schools. How are we going to have time to put all of them in a new student orientation at their new schools? But Dr. Zerbe and the board don't feel that's necessary. Apparently introducing our children to their new atmosphere, training our teachers, and putting them into new curriculums, that doesn't help. But one day is all they need to prepare for the entire year.
Please sum up, ma'am.
Let me also add, Dr. Zerbe, you said that your reason for pushing the start of school before Labor Day was the students had more days in school prior to testing. I am struggling to see how this could be educationally sound when our teachers won't even have the time to prepare if they are moved into new schools with new groups of teachers. Why the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Christine O'Donnell, 3007 Lenape Drive, Collegeville, Lower Providence. I have 3 children, 2 of which are out of Arrowhead, and I have 1 currently in Arrowhead. WTR, why the rush? A decision of this magnitude requires a thoughtful and well-executed plan. I would like to talk to you tonight about a very important subset of students, the nearly 300 elementary-aged special education students. With the timeline that you are proposing, I question whether the administration will have enough time to create a thoughtful transition plan for these students. With the proposed closure of Audubon, all of these elementary students district-wide will be affected. Whether they are being redistricted or absorbing the influx of others, they will be affected. The accelerated timeline the administration will be given to implement special education changes screams mediation and due process to me. This is a sensitive group, and there are many legal rights to protect them. My child receives speech services, and the thought of his precious 30 minutes of support being delivered in a hallway, in a converted closet, or in the back of an occupied classroom scares me. How effective could this possibly be? With all of the distractions around him, I can't help but believe that the delivery of his services in this way would mean a decrease in his rate of progress, not to mention an invasion of his privacy. But I worry most about his friends who have educational placements in learning support or other specialized classroom environments. Have you thought about how your accelerated plan will impact them? Closing a school means transition issues for an already sensitive group of students. Students who are most vulnerable to change in size, noise, and complexity of their environments. Thriving students can and probably will regress without a well-executed plan. Closing a school means tighter space and staffing. I'm worried about access to services, support, and even the equipment for these students. Will staff and space be added to accommodate them? Can the space provided be effective? Is there enough specialized equipment for them, and do they have access to these tools with the larger number of students requiring them? Have you put enough time into considering how long it would take to find equitable learning environments for all of these displaced special education students? Have you considered the time, staff, and cost associated with properly carrying out your plan in the paper-intensive and legally binding special education world? Even if your team works tirelessly to create new placements for all of these students, your accelerated plan does not give families enough notice nor opportunity to properly assess these placements. With the timeline that you are proposing, the decision to close a school will be made as the school year ends. You are not giving parents the opportunity to visit the new environments that you are proposing. There is nothing to tour and nothing for parents to observe in order to make an informed decision about whether or not this new environment is appropriate for their child. If you make this decision in haste, you are putting the district in jeopardy of due process and mediation. I know that I would never agree to a new placement that I could not observe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Diana Kernup. I'm co-president of the Methacton Education Association, and as I came up here to speak, I've been thinking for 3 days what I wanted to say to you. I wanted the parents in the community to know that the teachers not being up front here doesn't mean that we're complacent, that we're not interested, and that we don't care. We don't have, like you, we don't have all the information, and like you, we want to have the information. Saying that, I think that I thought, this is what I thought about. I've been here, my family has been here since 1956. My family still resides in the district. They still pay taxes in the district. My mother has recently gone to an apartment, and my brother and his family have moved into Methacton, bringing another generation coming into your schools, and I have a 9-year-old niece at Worcester who just added to your population, who is excited to be here. I'm a dinosaur. I've been working here since 1976. And as I've worked here, I've been thinking about what this public is facing now, and I thought, I've seen this more times than I'd like to think about. I was here in 1984 when you closed Audubon in Worcester. I know what it is to close a building. I know how it hurts the community. I know how it hurts the children. I know how it hurts the staff. And I know how long it takes to heal. I was here when Eagleville had 700 students in it and 14 modulars, and my modular was number 14, the farthest out. And I was here when they decided to open Eagleville, and they decided that they were going to tear it down, and we had a week to get things out of it. But in every one of those instances, in every change you have made here, in everything that has happened, you've had a committee, and you've brought the community along with you. They might not have liked the outcome, but they knew where you were going, and they were a participant, and we've done it backwards this time. I am concerned about how we will end the year for the children and for the staff, and I'm concerned how we'll start the year as well. It is a huge transition for you, for the community, the teachers, the parents, but most of all, the children, and we need to take them with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. I'm Gary Landsberg, 2011 Windsor Drive. First off, I'm glad to see that Mr. Waters made as much of an effort to be here this evening as he did preparing his report. What we heard here tonight from Pell was that they exceeded standard, industry standard, in almost every case. Almost every case. That's uncertainty. What you did not hear, projections range from A to B with 95% confidence. Didn't hear that. What you heard was the births are declining and will continue to do so. This is really, really scary and bad. We're going extinct. You heard a drool of numbers to try and impress everyone here with the thoroughness and extensiveness of his analysis, how he covered every possible scenario. Well, numbers don't lie, but people do. I can mathematically show with 0% error, well, except for rounding on the spreadsheet, that no corrections were made for housing. Only the two most recent years of progression ratios, 13-14 and 14-15, were used. The extended projections only used two most recent years of data, one of which is preliminary. We simply tested the consultant's own assumptions using his very own model. You have to ask yourself, why would a professional and the board, all of you, be so afraid of testing the assumptions and showing the results? Why? You know, history is important, and it's important when you're dealing with models and data and historical trends, because you know what? History tends to repeat itself. So, Dr. Zerbe, I'm willing to help you, if you'll let me. Why the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Hi, my name is Poonam Sharma. I stay at 2008 Greensway Circle, Collegeville. My son is a 15-year-old. He went to Audubon Elementary, then to Skyview, and he's currently at the Hill School. The reason I am here today is, and the mere fact that I'm standing here today is, it's not about just Audubon Elementary or Arrowhead or Skyview. This is about the whole Methacton School District. Because, right? Thank you. If we close one school, it's going to impact the entire school district. Not just that, it's going to impact the community as a whole. You did your research, we as parents did some. I'll go through some of the analysis done by some companies. Several studies, Beta Biostatistics and Quain Espay, both showed that there is a significant relationship between a residential property value and its proximity to an elementary school. If you close one, the value goes down. With the closing of these schools, there will be resulting decline in property value. Lower property values will have a direct correlation to lower school taxes, and it will cause a downward spiral. Further research by Colwell and Bogart and Cromwell showed that school redistricting, including school closures, led to major disruptions of neighboring schools and the entire school district, ultimately resulting in the property value degradation of about 9%. So I do have this question that why do we as property owners have to pay for the mistakes done by the school board? Who pays for it, right? So we moved to the school district. We paid almost the price of a single family home and moved to a townhome because of the school district. And now our property value will go down. We could have easily bought a single family home and moved to a neighboring school district at the same cost. But we preferred to stay in a townhome because we wanted to stay in the school district. Had we known that you're going to close Arrowhead or Audubon Elementary, that would bring down the overall ranking of Methacton School District, we wouldn't have moved here at all. So who's going to pay for it? Why should we pay? I mean, it's totally unfair as property owners to bear that cost. You spent a lot of time and energy in getting PEL to give recommendations on what to do for your financial issues. Did you invest any time in figuring out how to bridge the gap in some other way? You chose the easy way. Close the school. We get the finances back. That's not easy. You know, that's so difficult for the community. We as community would want to know what other options did you look at before deciding to close the school? we would want to know all the other options you looked at before deciding to close the school and, taking this forward.
Thank you. Please sum up.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do. Hi, my name is Debarati Roy, and I live in 1014 Greensway Circle, Collegeville. My husband and I have been a resident of Methacton School District since last 12 years. The first few in an apartment complex about a mile away from Audubon Elementary, and the following 6 years in a pretty large townhome community in a mile away from Arrowhead. So you can easily guess how many kids in my neighborhood went or are currently going to these two schools. And believe me, in all these years, I've never heard any of my friends or neighbors complain about the schools or the teacher or even the buildings. And they always had only good things to talk about it. The comments and statements made by my fellow community members on the 23rd and tonight are proof enough to what these schools mean to the kids and their parents. They don't want fancy buildings, they want their school. When we were ready to buy our first home, we overanalyzed and researched for close to 3 years, and I'm sure our realtor hated us. We zeroed in on the developments around Arrowhead, obviously because we had heard such good things about it. I cannot tell you how frustrating it was to find houses getting listed and going off market or getting into contract in a week or two. On the flip side, we definitely felt more confident that we are selecting the right location. And it does hurt to see this situation today and look at this proposal of closing the schools that we kept on analyzing. We have only one child, and she currently is not enrolled into Arrowhead. She would have been if there was a full-day kindergarten or a T1 program. Next year, she would be in grade 2, and we do plan to send her to Arrowhead. And I have no doubts about that. I'm not sure if she was counted in the PALE's statistics. Kids who are not there in grade 1 and moving in grade 2, 3, 4, are they really reflected in those numbers? I do not see that. As Methacton does not have a full-day kindergarten or a T1, many working parents are forced to send their kids to private schools for kindergarten. And there will be a big impact if the market goes up. More parents would go, start working, and more kids will go to these private kindergartens, and you'll see a big gap between kindergarten and grade 1. I really sincerely hope the statistics that Pell gave has included those figures. I work for a financial company in Oaks, which employs hundreds of people living in the Methacton School District. Many of them stay in this district because of its high performance and proximity to their work. In the past 12 years, I've seen the economy rise and fall, and the employee count in my company obviously vary accordingly. Many of these employees rent apartments near Audubon, like I did in initial years. All their kids go to Methacton, and especially Audubon. I'm not sure if the influx of the employees and their kids into these schools are taken into account in the study. Many of the pharmaceutical giants, in and around Collegeville area, have taken big decisions.
Please sum up.
Yeah. And their decisions are highly unpredictable. As they change their decision, they move people. Obviously, we will need more places in our schools. If we start thinking about excess capacity and not worry about the capacity getting used in the recent years, and one of my friends just said about Glaxo, I'm not sure how we will handle those situations soon in the future. We had 48 speakers on the first day, and I think many more today. And all these hundreds of anxious parents and residents have spent restless nights and sleepless nights, and they definitely deserve to see their school board do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Joe Orson, 6009 Cold Springs Drive in Collegeville. I have a question for the architect, whom I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is answering questions this evening. You stated that the trailers that are being currently used at Methacton and Audubon are at the end of their life cycle. And furthermore, it was indicated that when the new school was built that those would be retired. How is it then that they were included in the capacity study as available capacity?
We count those classroom spaces. There are 2 at Audubon and 4 at Arrowhead, and we count those.
They're at the end of their life cycle. Those are your own words.
Now those,
so why would you
those
count them?
classrooms are currently utilized. And when those buildings are renovated, then the district can make a decision at that point whether to retire those units, replace them with permanent construction, or some school districts actually renovate the modular units.
So if I understand your capacity, then that's 150 students that would be accounted for by those.
Excuse me, Jim. If you have questions, please submit them in
You
writing.
said he could answer questions as a presenter.
We'll get them. We'll get them answered. We still have
no,
speakers
you can't
to
change
speak
the
tonight.
roles in the middle. You said that the presenters could answer questions.
We want you to submit your questions in
That's
writing.
not.
And
Why are you changing the rules in the middle of the
hearing?
hearing?
Your questions.
You cannot change in the middle of the hearing.
Ma'am, we've been doing that with everybody. We've asked.
No, you stated.
We have
stated that the presenters could answer questions. You stated it tonight.
I did say they would answer the questions, and they will. Submit your question in writing. Now, please, get on with your
It's a
statement.
very straightforward question. I don't think it needs a check with Jim Van Horn to get an answer. So I would like my time back for being denied what I was rightfully supposed to have, an answer to my question. So there's apparently a two-prong argument that you're presenting, one of which is this overcapacity, which we've gutted, and we have lost complete faith in that study, regardless of any kind of answer that was given tonight about the questions that were raised. The other part was the financial part. From what I've seen in the school budgets, we're not at a major financial crisis, but that's the only thing that I can imagine. We're at the edge of an abyss, a financial precipice, which is the only thing that could precipitate you proposing to close schools. So I would like to know what that financial disaster is that we're facing that you could propose to close a school rather than look for some other solution. Also, since you're recommending keeping Arrowhead open, you said that it would take $10 million to fix up that school, to bring it life. So I'm interested in seeing the plan for how you're going to spend that $10 million and how fantastic that school is going to be. Or was that $10 million just mentioned as a scare tactic? I hid this from my daughter, who's a kindergarten at Arrowhead Elementary, for the past couple weeks. I was here Monday night, Tuesday night, and I spent at the school board, and tonight I'm here again. And I finally, after being pressed by her, I told her that they were considering closing her school, and she said, "Mommy, you can't let them close my wonderful school." She's 5. And when I explained to her that yesterday morning when I finally got to see her, because I gave up an entire evening, 2 nights this week to be here, I explained to her that I think it's another school that's going to be closing, and she said, "Mommy, you still have to go and fight because those kids love their school just as much as I do, and it's not fair to them to be displaced, and they love their teachers just as much as I love mine."
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, those that have not spoken, that have number 10, please come on up and get in line.
Yes, I do. Good evening, everyone. So, my name is Fang Yi.
I live in 1103 West Autumn Court, Collegeville. Actually, my daughter is a 10-year-old. She's in 4th grade in Eagleville. We have heard tonight a lot of parents, statements from Audubon and Arrowhead. So those two schools are the proposed to be closed ones. But I decided to come here tonight just to remind Dr. Derby that your decision, and the board, potentially your decision is going to affect not only just those two schools, actually the whole Methacton School District, the whole community. So just to remind you that. First, I'm a strong believer in communication and mutual respect. I really actually appreciate all your, 12 board members sitting up there, listening to our, complaints. To a certain extent, I think we're very reasonable parents. So I really appreciate that. I don't envy your job tonight, at least. So I will try to make it brief, and then I will only have 2 points to address. So the first is kind of like an echo one of the previous parents' statements, whether we are really looking at the right question to deal with. So I was actually pretty impressed that you guys had the first hearing that presented all those very seemingly convincing statistical analysis why you're proposing this decision. I make a living by being a scientist, so my instinct would be going to the data and to look whether these data are valid, the analysis are reliable. But I don't think, after all those parents' statements, I still need to go into that point. I think if you really listened tonight, you should have got the message. I think you should, unless you're not. So, but I do kind of still remind you of two subtle things. First, in terms of the analysis, you're using the kindergarten enrollment as the, kind of like, underlying bottom line message, which is not really reliable at all. First of all, with all those families with 2 working parents, the reason why we have to send our kids to private school for kindergarten is simply because of the half-day program. So that was not taken into account. That's common sense to every family, but I don't know why it was missed out. So that's one thing. And then, so in terms of data results-driven decision-making process, I don't think that's reliable here either. My daughter is in Eagleville. So Eagleville, based on that calculation, capacity is not the highest. Audubon is the highest, right? I don't really quite get your suggestion that the enrollment is going down. For my daughter's class, so for 4 years in a row, she has been in Eagleville. So they have the numbering system based on the last name. She's always beyond 24 because her last name starts with Z. So right now, she's at the number 27. So imagine if you're going to close 2 schools. What? Yes. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So imagine what the... I know, right? So I don't want to imagine how far her number will be next year if the decision process is going to go through. So, well, maybe more. So that's why she wanted to change her last name to A. Really, seriously, I'm serious. I said, okay, maybe for once we can change her first name to A, maybe, so that you have some advantages to a certain extent. So this is my first point. So second point, really,
Please sum up, man.
I will. Very brief. Whenever we make any decision, I think we shouldn't make at the cost of our children's future. In this case, it is. And also, this impacts the whole community. That's why you see all those people staying so late here. Another thing is, the way the process started gets me really concerned. I'm from Eagleville. I heard this hearing from a parent from Audubon. I never received any communication. In email, I'm pretty involved.
Ma'am, please sum up. If you have additional comments, you can submit them in writing.
I'm almost
Your 3
done.
minutes is up.
I'm almost done. So I respect your time. I appreciate that. Please, I just want you to think about your decision wisely and then take your time. Why the rush? Please don't let our children down. Don't let the community down. That's the community you're serving for. Right? Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
I am Maddie Samard. I represent my family. We live at 10 Skylines Drive, and I am a 4th grader at Audubon, and I'm on student council. Since I am in 4th grade, I will be in Skyview next year. Even though that is exciting, I already know I'll miss Audubon. I will miss the teachers who care about me and teach me. They are the best. Even the tough ones are nice and care about us. I will miss the school because it's been my home away from home for 5 years. It's where I met my friends. It's where I feel safe. I want my brothers who are in Audubon now to be able to keep going there so they can learn all the important things I learned. My teachers taught me to double check my work, especially my math, before turning in a test. My teachers taught me to be fair, kind, and honest. You are about to make a big decision. I hope you learned to double check your math and be fair, kind, and honest. If not, maybe you should have gone to Audubon. Please don't close our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Raise your hand.
What do I say? Yes. Dear Dr. Zerby and the board and the citizens who care about our schools, I've met in Lutz and I live at 616 Meadowlark Road, and I am a 4th grade student at Audubon Elementary. I've been here since kindergarten. I had a great experience here. I have a sister in kindergarten and a brother coming here soon, and a cousin that has autism. I think every child should have the same experience that I did. My first reason is that some parents don't want their children to go to a certain school, or they want their children to go to a certain school. Are you going to decide what kid goes where, or are you going to let the parents decide where their children go? My second reason is that are you going to tear down the school or sell the land? Or are you just going to let a perfectly good school sit there? If you're just going to let a perfectly good school sit there, what's the point? If you're going to have a school sit there, have kids learn in it. My third reason is about your estimate. In Audubon, we have over 400 kids in our school, and 100 come from kindergarten. That's 5 classes in the morning. That's 5 classes, 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. That means we have a lot of parents that want their kid to go into Miss Acton or Audubon. My fourth reason is that we have amazing teachers in the school. Are the teachers going to get transferred to different schools where they don't know any of the other teachers? And some of these amazing teachers are sadly going to be laid off. So then they're going to have a hard time finding a new teaching job in the Manhattan School District or another district. My fifth and final reason is that the schools will get too crowded. Say you're one of the kids that in a class of 26 kids in the class. You don't think that kids won't be called on as much as if there was only 20 kids? If the teacher doesn't see the kids when they are actually raising their hand and know the answer, it would change their report card as long as they're in the school. Some parents don't want their children to go to a certain school. Are you going to tear down the school or leave it sit there? Your estimate, what's going to happen to the teachers in the school? Are you going to let the schools get crowded? These are all important reasons why Audubon should stay open.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Raise your right hand. Okay. Go over there.
Yes. Hello, my name is Avishi Gupta, and I am a 4th grade student from Audubon Elementary. I stay at 2828 Egypt Road at Audubon, PA. Dear Dr. Zerby and the rest of the school board, if you close down Audubon, then the students that are in 3rd grade and below won't have the great experiences we 4th graders have had with the great teachers and other experiences with the school as well. Please don't close Audubon Elementary School. My first reason is that if you shut down Audubon, the students will be split into the other 3 elementary schools, Worcester, Woodland, and Eagleville. So the classrooms will have more students in them. So if the teacher is asking a question to the class and a student knows the answer and it's correct, but if there are other students in the classroom, then there will be more students raising their hands as well, so the teacher might not notice them. If this happens a lot, then the student might feel left out and the teacher might give them a bad grade for not participating because they might not notice them raising their hand. My final reason is that it would take a longer time to get to school, so that the students will be losing education time. Also, the buses will be very crowded and the bus driver might not be able to watch them all. If you close down Audubon Elementary School, students will be affected and so will transportation of the students. Please don't close down Audubon Elementary School. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes. Hi, Josh Kamenetz, 624 Linnet Road, Audubon, PA. My kids are in Skyview and Arcola. I wanted to say good evening. Boy, this is a tough act to follow. But here goes. So I want to talk about 2 things tonight. The first is the Methacton community, and the second is a mistake that I believe you, the school board, are making, and a proposal to address that. So the community, Methacton schools provide a wonderful educational community. This is evidenced by our impassioned faculty and staff, diverse and passionate community members, and to steal from Garrison Keeler, our above average children. As with any group, we have our share of issues that arise and even opportunity for improvement, but at our foundation is a community to address whatever comes our way. And I can give a couple of examples through interactions that I've had with different members of the board, whether it was just a couple of dads taking our kids to Hershey for the band festival on a field trip, where there was a nice discussion on Election Day about how we can bring some of the wisdom of our Shenandoah residents into Methacton schools, whether it's been on the sports fields, rec league, volunteering. Thank you all for those things. This is all part of a great community. Lots of other examples are there inside and outside of the classroom, but it's this engagement, it's this commitment that makes our Methacton community so strong. So here I am in front of you telling you that you're making a mistake. You got it wrong. The mistake isn't in the content of the recommendation. That still remains to be seen, and that's not going to be solved in any series of 3-minute speeches. So the problem that you're making, the mistake you're making, comes from presenting a recommendation without sufficient rhetoric around the problem or the potential solutions. As we've seen over the past few days, the will tell you approach has and will continue to result in resentment from the community. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, it's a pretty blunt military analogy, but it fits. This could be the hill that you're going to die on. You better be sure. So, as I said, I believe as a community member it's not okay just to complain, so I have an alternate approach for you. It's pretty simple. I got a couple seconds I'm going to go through. 3 steps to follow. First, clearly define the problem. I'm still unclear as to what the problem actually is. Do we have an operating budget crisis, or do we have a facility utilization problem? What is it? What are we solving for? The second, the board and your committees need to fully characterize and communicate the problem in a way that we all, every member of the community, can understand. Do you have confidence in the data? Can you all give us a confidently data-driven answer as to what's going on here?
Please sum up.
Yep. The last one is to evaluate the resources available to address the problem and generate a community-endorsed proposal. You need to get us behind you, right? And we're your constituents. We're here. You have our attention. Use it, right? Let's solve this together. You're not gonna push us up the hill. You need to lead us up that hill. So we're here for you. Let's do it. I sign up.
Thank you.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Glenn Boyle. I live at 18 Borton Road, Audubon, Pennsylvania. I have 2 teenagers that went through Audubon and Methacton. My daughter graduated 2 years ago, is currently studying at Shippensburg, ironically for elementary education. My son is a senior this year and is just committed to Robert Morris University. And I have a 2-year-old son who can't wait to go to Audubon in a couple of years. I know I'm crazy. I also am a graduate of Audubon many years ago, and my father, who is now 78, also graduated from Audubon. My house is located directly behind Audubon and adjacent to the school property. Quite literally, Audubon School is in my backyard. Given my history with the school and the location of my house, I feel I can offer a unique perspective that you may not have heard to date. It has been mentioned by previous commenters about the negative effects on property value. I would offer that that negative effect is already being seen due to these proceedings we're having here today. What prospective buyer is going to buy a property near Audubon School not knowing the eventual outcome of that school? They might find themselves as neighbors to an abandoned property, a sprawling housing development, a strip mall, or some other commercial facility. None of these are good options. That being said, I realize the board cannot make decisions based solely on the concerns of a few close-by residents. So I would like to discuss the impact of the possible closing on the overall community. Audubon School property is utilized for much more than elementary education. My kids have attended Camp Perkiome at the school in the summer. The school is my polling place where I frequently exercise my right to vote. The grounds have been used for Boy Scout meetings, countless basketball games, soccer leagues, softball leagues, football games, walkers, joggers, dog walkers, model plane and rocket enthusiasts. Yes, I've gotten some off the roof of my house. Field days, fun days, golfers practicing their chip shots, tennis players, sledders, and kids playing on the playground. I've even seen some people doing yoga on the property. True story. These are all positive community building activities. The cynic might say, well, they'll just find other places to do those things. But the fact is that they chose to do those things at Audubon. I would also like to question some of the recommended property improvements of Audubon. Most of this list seems like nice-to-do improvements instead of have-to-do improvements. Will things like upgraded student cubbies, renovated toilet rooms, refinished gym floors, and new window treatments really improve the educational experience of our students? And again, as was mentioned, why would we continue to refurnish the modular units? They were initially put in as temporary for expanded classroom settings. So let's scrap them, redo the numbers, and see where we come out.
Thank you, sir.
In closing, we should be looking for ways to fill the existing schools. By introducing full-day kindergarten, it would immediately increase occupancy, but also make Methacton more attractive to families migrating to the district or currently utilizing other educational options such as homeschooling or charter schools or parochial schools. In fact, the 2007 enrollment study, which I understand was incorrect, stated, should the school district offer full-day kindergarten, the kindergarten enrollment would increase to a number close to first grade enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do, I swear. My name is Maggie Hobson Baker. I live at 1011 Cardinal Road and have 2 students at Audubon Elementary School. I speak today as a member of this community, a parent of 2 Audubon Elementary School students, and a teacher. Teaching art in Philadelphia in the 90s, I experienced firsthand shared instructional space, as well as moving from instructional space to instructional space to teach, and teaching large classes. My main instructional space was referred to as the art/music room. Music would come to the school 2 days a week, and I would venture out with a cart, art on a cart. The results, the logistics of space and class size limited the creativity of my students and my abilities as a teacher. Shared classroom space and larger class sizes were the norm in my school in Philadelphia. The results, student learning suffered. I do not want this to happen to my children's elementary school. I do not want this to happen to the flourishing elementary schools in Methacton. Closing 1 or 2 elementary schools is leading us in this direction as a community. My husband and I moved from the Norristown School District 3 years ago for this vibrant community and excellent schools of Methacton School District. Audubon Elementary School is an integral part of my family and my neighborhood community. I could go on and on about the vibrant community of Audubon, about the awesome teachers and staff. Here are a few of my observations as a parent and an educator. The teachers and staff of Audubon care about my children. The teachers and staff know every child by name. When I volunteer at Audubon and my children come home and talk about Mrs. Craig, Mrs. Morgan, all of these names of these people that they spend so much time with, I know and I see creative, innovative teaching. My children are in a safe and nurturing environment that is filled with learning and respect. The proof is in my children. They love school. My son wakes up on Saturday and says, "Mom, do we go to school today?" I say, "No, we don't have school today," and he's upset. My children are learning and thriving. When my son had separation issues in first grade, I was contacted by his teacher, Mrs. B, as well as the counselor, Mrs. Shaw, during the first week of school. They immediately addressed the issue and gave my son and me as well ways to work with this. Last March, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. It was the vibrant community of Audubon that rallied around my children and my family. When I went through chemo, my son Theo came to me one day and said, "Mom, I think I need to talk to Mrs. Shaw." Theo returned from this visit with Mrs. Shaw, and I will be forever grateful to Miss B and Mrs. Shaw, and told me about what he learned about chemo and washing your hands through a book, and through Mrs. Shaw checking in on him.
Please, someone.
Yes, I will. We have 5 vibrant elementary schools in operation today. Closing one of these schools over projected numbers is short-sighted and threatens the fabric of excellence in education, threatens the vibrant community we are all so proud of. The decision feels rushed and as if the persuasive powers of numbers are being used to bolster arguments that are not thought through. Please slow down. Please keep my children's community intact. What's the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I knew she was going to make me cry before I even started. I do. I'm Amy Gates, 1023 Cardinal Road. Sorry, I'm emotional. My son is in second grade at Audubon. He is one of 25 students in a second grade classroom. My daughter's going to kindergarten there hopefully next year. She really wants to. And so I have a list of concerns. The study, the capacity, I have to read off this. The capacity numbers were calculated based on instituting shared classrooms and planning areas, using science and computer labs as classrooms, consolidating special education programs, all of which are unacceptable. This means that our children will be walking through crowded hallways, eating in crowded cafeterias that can't be properly supervised. I've worked in schools operating in max capacity and have seen how much stress it causes everyone. Shared classrooms and planning areas hinder teachers' ability to prepare great lessons. Students aren't able to access libraries, labs, any extra rooms that they might need at a time for testing, cooling off, any kind of small groups, if they need extra help or any kind of interventions. They would have to find a hallway or something like that, and it just doesn't work. So for our schools, that could mean the same thing. That could mean decreased morale, students and teachers, lower test scores, even lower ratings, and our youngest kids could be left without a classroom as their home base. If they're floating or their teachers are floating, they're not grounded in one spot for the day, which, I mean, they're babies when they go there. As far as consolidating special ed, this shouldn't even be discussed on a whole until it's looked at case by case. That's the whole point of individualized education. And if it's not considered case by case, then it could be due process for how many parents, which means it would cost more than the renovations if you went through with each case. So obviously I feel this on a personal level. I know everyone else here does. But my concern is for my kids. They'll be devastated. My son has gone through I guess I'm going to have to write this, but my son has struggled a lot, and he loves Audubon.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Preston Leweiler. I live at 752 Mockingbird Lane. I've lived there for almost 30 years now. My wife and I raised two sons in the Methacton School District. The oldest one started out in Audubon at the Y in daycare, and then he went on to Woodland and Arcola and graduated from the high school. The younger one started out also in Audubon at the Y at the daycare, and he was lucky because the school opened again as a school in his kindergarten year, and he went on through his elementary school in Audubon. So that was fortunate, and then he went on to Arcola and the high school. So I witnessed at least one closing and reopening of the Audubon school. And I was here on Monday and heard 7 presentations that we were treated to, of which 6 were really red herrings. And it became obvious in about an hour into the presentation that there was really only one presentation on the table, and that was the closing of Audubon School. And instead of treating us to the 6 other alternatives, which really weren't on the table, it would have been nice to hear some answers to the following questions. And I'll leave you written copies of these because I know you're not going to answer them tonight. What was the plan and timetable for sale or demolition of the modular classrooms at Audubon, 2 of them, and Arrowhead, 4, when Skyview was built? And why were these temporary classrooms included in the capacity analysis? It's been asked several times in the last couple days. Audubon Elementary was closed once before in 1984. We heard that earlier. What were the savings and or the income to the district during this temporary closure? And what was the cost to renovate the school when it became necessary to reopen it again? Was any consideration given to increasing utilization of either or both schools by offering full-day kindergarten for a fee or leasing excess space to pre-K daycare providers or for some other public use. If Audubon Elementary were to be sold, what is the likely projected magnitude and timetable for revenue from the sale, and where would these funds go and how would they be applied? If Audubon is sold and closed, and if the enrollment projections prove to be wrong and more classroom space is needed, what are the options and associated costs to address what will be at least the third mistake in making projections of enrollment in the Methacton School District? What's the general outline for redistricting if Audubon is closed? Remembering that this has already been done once before. How many children will be affected in each grade, and what are the associated costs and/or savings? What are the estimated additional transportation costs expected to be? What will be the impact on teachers and support staff? What will be the effects on classroom size? Increases to 22 or more students per section in some of the other schools, and at what grade level? And the availability of space in the other schools if Audubon is closed. I'm leaving you a copy of this, and I'd like to reinforce KC Carolina's request is when and how will we get answers to these questions? Thank you.
I do. Good evening. My name is David Kohler. I live at 3782 Stoughton Road in Collegeville. I have two boys that have gone through Methacton School District from kindergarten through high school. They're graduated and out of the area, out of school now. Perhaps because my children went to Methacton but did not go to either Arrowhead or Arcola or Audubon School, I don't find that I have the same sense of ownership that most of the people here have tonight. If Methacton, if the numbers for enrollment and utilization are right and a school is to be closed, Audubon is the oldest school in the district, and if we were looking to find somewhere to build a new school, I mean, it is on a small lot, and it's on one of the busiest roads in the township within like 3 miles of a couple other elementary schools. I don't think anybody would think about building a school where Audubon sits. But it sort of seems to me from their presentations and from what I've heard that the decision was made that Audubon was going to go, and the reporting and everything that went with that was crafted, or at least was presented in such a way to support that decision. There's nothing that was in Dr. Zerbe's presentation that seems to justify the urgency of making a decision within 90 days and closing the school within 60 days before the start of the next school year. Like most everybody else who has spoken, I'd like to see the board take a step back, take a couple deep breaths, and slow this process down. I'm going to run out of time. As a thought, we have a lot of smart kids in the school district, and I'm assuming the district paid for the data in these reports. Why don't you take the rough data that's in the reports, give it to an AP statistics class, ask them to match the data and the results. If they can statistically match the results, then you have something that people will accept. If they can't, then what you have is a guess. Now, with population, you're probably looking at a guess. You could probably do the same thing with, the numbers on, house sales and new construction and stuff like that. You've got a lot of smart people in AP business classes. I'm assuming one of the major factors that was driving this whole process is to reduce costs. But the presentation that we heard did not give any kind of a cost-benefit analysis or tell us what kind of costs we were going to save. I'm assuming, at least initially, I want to run out of time, at least initially most of the savings are going to be in staff reduction. If you close the facility, you still have to have the same number of lunches served to kids, you still have to save the same number of textbooks, the kids aren't going away, the staff would be going away, and you can't just shut the building down, lock the doors, turn the lights off, and walk away from it. You would have a maintenance cost for that. I'd like to see a cost-benefit analysis. One more point and I'm done. I don't know if it's a viable alternative, but if the decision is to close Audubon, what about closing it over a period of 5 years? Wait, first year you would not have a new kindergarten class. Kindergarten would be redistricted. Second year, first grade, but the kids that are currently in the school would stay in the school until they were going to transition out and go to Skyview. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Michelle Davis. I am a resident at 3810 Green Meadow Drive in Collegeville. I have a 5th grader at Skyview and a 3rd grader at Arrowhead Elementary School. I am a lifelong resident of Lower Providence Township, Methacton graduate, years not necessary, and I also attended Arrowhead Elementary School. I am a member of the Executive Board of Home and School, serving currently as co-president. As exhibited on Monday night and tonight, the Methacton community has quickly mobilized within the last 2 weeks in order to review and critique the information presented in the enrollment and capacity reports. With such a serious potential impact to our community, we felt called to thoroughly examine the details and ensure the facts presented, along with the underlying assumptions, matched our daily experiences at our Arrowhead and Audubon schools. As you have heard from multiple speakers, we feel there are multiple parameters and assumptions that need to be triple-checked before the school board and the Methacton community can feel comfortable that the numbers are right. This analysis activity involved upwards of 45 to 60 parents who have met 4 times as a large group at community centers in the past 2 weeks to digest the data points and develop a series of thoughtful questions to present before the board. Smaller work groups led by Methacton parents with career expertise in education, special education, finance, legal, real estate, and statistics worked to pull the presented questions together. We believe these focus area experts are excellent resources that the school board should leverage as part of the community focus groups. More on that later. In addition to the analysis activities, we have been making the larger Methacton community aware of this significant and irreversible decision point through the establishment of the Save Arrowhead and Save Audubon Facebook pages. We've created online petitions and posted and distributed thousands of flyers and signs. We bring these points forward to show that we, the Methacton community, have heard the call to action loud and clear. We understand the budget and financial implications the Methacton School District faces, but we want to be absolutely sure the fundamental assumptions and parameters have been triple-checked before the school board makes a decision. We also want to ensure that other options not involving school closures have been considered and vetted. The Methacton community is very able and willing to help with the triple fact-checking and better understanding of these implications of the closures. This understanding and triple checking, however, cannot be rushed in a matter of a couple of months. Please take the prudent steps to reevaluate the assumptions, engage the community experts, and slow down. Why the rush? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we hear from the next speaker, can I ask those who have not yet spoken and have an 11 card to please line up?
I do. Hello, my name is Benita Bicella. I live at 209 Bunting Circle in Audubon. I'm the mother of 3 children. First grader Katie, who is in Miss Watson's class at Audubon Elementary, and she's doing very well and thriving there. The second grader Ben, who is in Miss Craig's class, who I believe is here at Audubon Elementary, and he is doing amazingly. I think he has like almost 100% in the year for his math grade. And a 3-year-old Alex, who I hope will still go to Audubon Elementary when it's time, assuming it's still there. So bear with me. A CPA asked me to speak on his behalf because he was denied coming up. So this is from him. To Mr. Pelicano, as a professional, since you are a CPA and on the financial committee of the board, and you have been the chief audit executive of a large pharmaceutical company, as it says on your online bio, I disagree with what Mr. Waters said at the beginning of this evening's presentation. Once it comes up online, I will have an email forward to you with all the falsehoods he has stated. I will also have forwarded to you and Dr. Zerbe the enrollment projection done by the Department of Education using a very similar methodology. As Mr. Waters says, it's a common methodology. The projection was done for free for the Methacton School District in 2012. If we use the data they provided for the 2013-2014 school year, by 2019-2020 school year, we will have over 300 more kindergartners to come through the elementary schools. The Department of Education has projected. Where will these extra students go? Are we going to end up building another $30 million school to put them? Thank you.
I do. My name is Liz Kamenetz. I live at 624 Linnet Road. I'm the parent of two Methacton students, one at Arcola, one at Skyview, both of whom were nurtured and cared for by the dedicated teachers at Audubon, and they thrived in its loving environment under the leadership of both Melissa Gorla and Tara Rickey. I'm an active volunteer in Methacton, and I work as a substitute teacher in the district as well. I'm a homeowner in the neighborhood that is adjacent to Audubon. My kids actually walked to school most days. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. So in short, I'm not your adversary. I'm your constituent. That's what we all are here. And we thank you for taking the time to listen and really consider our concerns. I'm here to talk to you to remind you that when I bought my house in 2005, one of the reasons I bought that house was because of its close proximity to an excellent neighborhood school. Our house and the house of all of my neighbors is our most important investment. For many of us, it's our largest financial asset. But of course, for most of us, it's more than our nest egg. It's our nest. So the reason given in Dr. Zerbe's recommendation to close Audubon, our neighborhood school that serves as the gateway to our community, is on the basis that it's suitable for more immediate sale. So my neighbors and I want to know, and I know you won't tell me tonight, who wants to buy that property? What are they going to build in place of our school? Have there been any inquiries? Any offers? Many tonight are asking, what is the rush? And many of us are wondering if it is the disposition of the Audubon property and maybe the timeline of a developer that is motivating this crazy expedited timeline. We deserve to know what you plan to put in our backyards before the deal is done. This affects us financially, and depending on how that property is developed, could drive down the quality and safety and quality of life in my neighborhood. It will most certainly affect our property values, which in turn will affect the district's tax collections that fund our schools. Tell us the truth and give us the facts. As of today, you propose to move forward without offering any transparent, concrete plan for the property. And let me tell you, in the absence of information, the speculation has begun, and it is not good. So please, level with me and my neighbors. Tell us who wants to buy that property and what's going there. So I join in my community, and I ask you to keep Audubon open as the gateway to our community and as the center, the heart of our neighborhood. And at the very least, slow down this process. But then I ask, as your constituent, that you look out for me, for my children, for my neighbors, and for our best interests before you would consider any sale of the Audubon property. Please do not allow a commercial property to stand in the middle of my neighborhood.
Yes, I do. Hi, I'm Nikki Krelovich. I'm at 927 Heritage Drive, and I'm a parent of a child at Eagleville. I'm in the minority tonight, but I'm here because this decision affects all of the schools, not just Audubon, not just Arrowhead, who have proven to be obviously an awesome force to deal with, but Eagleville is represented too. You've probably seen me helping out in Mrs. Beam's class, cleaning up spaghetti sauce at lunch duty, board meetings that either myself or my husband have attended, finance meetings, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of us because as parents to a first grader, we're going to be more involved. I think that's the great thing about Methacton is that we have a great community and we're going to be involved to all help with this decision together. A funny thing happened to me on the way to the podium. I found my friend Andrea Reese's speech that she didn't get to finish tonight, so I'm going to finish it for her. As a friend and an educator, Andrea had some really great points, and I feel like they were more important than my own to finish tonight. To recap, she talked about the red flags. Canceling T1, outsourcing the cafeteria, sharing specials, outsourcing the buses, and utilizing STS. These above red flags, as she said, are just red flags. She was waiting for the other shoe to drop, and now it has. If you close a school, there will be issues with IEPs, 504s, SLOs, PVAs, GIEPs, RTI, etc., and some of them with possible legal ramifications. This is much more than a threat to close a school or redistrict. This is the final proof that Methacton and its Board of School Directors are about to start on an avalanche of the demise of education as we know it and that our children deserve. You have to pick your battles in life. I let many of the red flags go, but now this battle is way too important. Now this battle needs to be waged and the war won to protect 1,700 plus elementary students who deserve better. Instead of coming up with ways to slash money, Andrea and I implore you to come up with progressive ways to save money while improving education, not diminishing it. Starting right now, not after the decision is made, have a handful of educators or at least one educator sitting at your long table with you to help discuss and plan the future. These educators may not be able to vote, but they can think and brainstorm and give you other options. Andrea volunteers to help, and I'm sure many of the fine educators in this room would volunteer as well. Have the guts to find a solution that benefits the kids, have the forward thinking to put education first, and please use your power for good, not just for the budget. Andrea's daughter asked her why she was becoming so involved, and she had to put it in a way that a 9-year-old and 9 school directors could understand. She had to put it in a way that would explain to her why her and her classmates deserve better. Andrea said, "Honey, the people in charge are making rash decisions, and these decisions are going to hurt many people, especially, many of you, especially Jenny. You see, Jenny is a student with special needs who Andrea's daughter loves and loves helping." With much pride, Andrea's daughter responded, "Mommy, go stop them." So please, in the words of a caring community, restart, reboot, and let's work together to improve this education, not to diminish it. Thank you.
I do. Peepers. Hi, my name is Jim Brower. I live at 3275 Hedwig Lane in Worcester Township, Collegeville. My wife and 2 children moved here 15 plus years ago. We chose Worcester based on Methacton School District's value. We were considering Whitpain, but felt that Methacton represented better value. I'm a mechanical engineer by education, aerospace and systems engineer, project and program management by career. I've worked and learned from some of the most intelligent and talented systems analysts in the world. My 2 children are already graduated from Methacton, so I really don't have a dog in this fight, or at least I had 2 dogs in the fight. And they were Worcester elementary area anyway. But there's a lot of emotion here tonight. I don't have that emotion, but I do have passion. And one of the things I'm passionate about is when it comes to questionable math or science. And that's what's really brought me here tonight. First, I'd like to thank the school board. You have an unenviable and thankless job. Residents empower you to execute day-to-day district business on their behalf. Normally, people don't come. I don't come to meetings in mass like this unless they think you're not aligned with what they want you to do, which is what they put you there in the first place for. And this just may be one of those times. So the other thing I think you need to do is, first, I struggled. The only reason why I'm here is I got an email. I'm still up. My kids graduated last year. I got the email. I'm like, said to my wife, hey, did you know they're thinking about closing some schools? And then there was an email about go see the data. Well, I like data. You can ask my wife. Mr. Data, I'm called. So I didn't see the capacity. All I saw was the Pell report. And I think we need to segregate capacity or enrollment projections versus capacity. You need the enrollment projections to get that right first, and then can figure out what the impacts are to the dollars and et cetera. So you really need that as a as a good foundation. Otherwise, you got too many balls in the air, and it's hard to see what. I think people brought it up. What problem are we trying to solve? And that's kind of the same feeling I had. I did read the 92-page report. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of, these things matter, but none of them seem in the end to be used in the analysis, only a couple of things. So I would have thought that these variables, right, you can do a 3-point perhaps Mr. Thompson, maybe you've seen this, a 3-point Monte Carlo analysis, worst case, most likely, or best case, so to speak. That, when you have a lot of variables, you throw that in, you do a Monte Carlo analysis, and you develop a probabilistic distribution that says, here's the likeliness of that happening. Not easy, but it's not easy as the analysis you've done, but it certainly can be done. There is a commercial, I thought, oh, we should just do this. Then I realized, I looked, and there's a commercial product out there called Planware. I don't know what it costs. I believe it's probably more appropriate. They actually do enrollment projections, and they show the error bars that say, going out over time, here's what you do. I don't know what it costs. That company was recently purchased by EDS, so it probably has some street cred that might be worth looking into.
Please sum up, sir.
Yes. You've got a well-educated community. I heard a lot. I watched the whole YouTube video from Monday, just today. You ought to utilize them. I think it gets kind of hostile with this thing here. I did notice in the break the other day, Mr. Thompson was having a conversation with it. It was much more cordial when they were sitting together, working together. I would encourage you to try to do that. And my last thing is, we've got two choices here with regard to the Skyview, the history. We can either ignore it or learn from it, and I'm hoping you'll do the latter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I do. Good evening. My name is Kathy Cleary. I live at 55 Level Road. I have 2 children in the district. One's in 4th grade at Arrowhead and one's in 5th grade at Skyview. I'm also an officer on the newly formed Methacton Coordinating Council, and I'm treasurer at Arrowhead's Home and School Association. There are challenging problems ahead of the community and the school board. While I personally do not have the answers, I promise you that the answers are here in this room, in this community, and likely here tonight, right in this room. We recognize that the board wants to move quickly through the process, and we, the community, want to participate in this process and make sure that the board has the best possible information on which to base their decisions. Superintendent Zerbe, we ask that you draw on the wealth. Pay attention! Superintendent Zerbe, we ask that you draw on the wealth and experience and expertise and passion from the community. To help accelerate the process, we've pulled together a list, a preliminary list, of community-sponsored panel applicants. These are highly skilled professionals who can support you in the following areas: education, special education, finance, infrastructure, enrollment projections, capacity analysis, as well as the redrawing of attendance lines, transportation, and other needed information. This list includes individuals who in many cases have been working through the various issues in their respective fields for weeks. They have the experience and skills that the board might not be able to afford on its own or even have access to. These individuals are willing to volunteer their time to you in service to the greater community. By no means are these the only people out there. I know that there's more. We encourage everyone who wants to be involved to do so. Dr. Zerbe, in the spirit of community involvement and transparency, please leverage this vast skill set you now have at your disposal. So I would now ask my fellow community, do you support community involvement and, more importantly, openness and transparency, which that would represent? So with that, I would say that our community has spoken to you, and we'd ask that you hear us. We have a list that we would like to submit to you, a preliminary list of candidates that I'd ask be submitted into the formal record. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Will you please give that to Angela? We'll make that part of the record. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Kim Larsenis. I live at 3149 Middle School Drive. I have 2 children in the district, one at Arcola and one at Woodland Elementary. The first question I wanted to ask before I get into my points, when will we get the answers to the questions that we're posing tonight? I think we have a timeline for when everything else is going to happen, so I'd like to know, do we have a date in mind of when we can expect those answers?
Yeah, I thought I said at the beginning, there is, excuse me, there is a timeline with respect to the law. The board cannot make a decision within...
No, I understand that you can't make a decision.
No, let me finish. Within 3 months of today. So that means whatever the board is going to do will be done within that timeline or any additional extension that the board may determine. Those things haven't been determined yet. The first thing on the agenda is to finish the public comments so that the board had an opportunity to hear everything that was said tonight.
I understand. My concern is the questions that were submitted in writing and when we should expect answers.
I'll be speaking with the board president about that. I would assume that we'll do something with respect to the website with respect to the answers, so that if they're submitted in writing, we'll ask the professionals to answer them and give you that information on the website or personally, as the case may be.
Okay, thank you. So for starters, I think we've all established that there's some flaws or possible holes in the data. I don't want to question that. But let's suspend our disbelief for a minute and say we assume that the data is correct. We assume that the capacity study is correct. We assume that the enrollment projections are correct. Why the rush? Last night at the school board meeting, we were discussing the calendar and when to start the next school year. And Mr. Pelicano, you raised the question of what our peers are doing. What are the other districts in the area doing? And that's something as simple as when we start school. For a decision of this magnitude, don't you think it's worth looking at what some of the other schools in the area have done? Upper Merion is dealing with a capacity report at this time. They got a report in October of last year. They're expecting to make a decision possibly in 2016. Solderton School District, they got a report in September of 2012. They made a decision in February of 2013 to close the school, giving those families and the community plenty of time to plan accordingly. In Wissahickon, they had a report and discussions going on in November of the school year, with the decision made in January of the following year before they closed a school. And in North Penn, which our solicitor, you should know something about, they had a decision and integration process that started in early spring of 2015. So they're letting families know now what's happening for the fall. And in Tredyffrin Easttown School District, in 1999, they got a report from PEL, and they decided that they weren't so sure about that information, so they did their own census. In 2014, when it came time to do another capacity report, they chose another firm. Why the rush?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. Can you not start? I have something I'd like to talk This is for me. Yeah, that's for me, please. Yes, it is. Yeah, thanks. I have to be honest. I've got an unwatched episode of Downton Abbey on my DVR right now.
Please give us your name.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am Lisa Chaya, and I live at 3022 Peacock Drive.
Thank you.
And as I said, I have an unwatched episode of Downton Abbey from Sunday night on my DVR right now, and I got a cold bottle of wine in my fridge. And I have to be honest, just like you, I would really rather not be here tonight. However, I have two daughters who are currently enrolled in Woodland Elementary, and they are receiving a superb education there. And I can't afford, as their mother, to stay at home and watch TV when that might be jeopardized. So I wanted to say that in my own life, when I have had to make difficult decisions, I have often looked around me to others who have done the job well and then tried to model myself on their process. So I'd like to draw your attention to the handout I gave you, which is from the Upper Merion Area School District Feasibility Timeline. And that's available from the Upper Merion Area School District website if anyone would like to look. You will note that in June of 2014, Upper Merion also commissioned an architectural and engineering firm to assess their properties. In September, the board first presented the facility assessment to the public. In October, the board held a second meeting and presented information on capacity enrollment projections to the public. In January, there was a third and a fourth public meeting to discuss options and costs. In February, there was a fifth public meeting to discuss options and solutions. In the remaining months of this year, the district will hold a sixth, a seventh, and an eighth meeting to make community decisions. You will note on the handout that the process will continue into the spring of 2016. It is only in the spring of 2016 that the board is suggesting bringing the process to a conclusion and making actual changes to the current structure of the district by issuing a referendum, a possible referendum at that time. As a taxpayer, I question whether a process which Upper Merion felt needed 2 years should be condensed by the Methacton School Board into 2 weeks. As a taxpayer, these decisions do appear to be impulsive and fiscally irresponsible. Why the rush? Dr. Zerbe, I see my time, so I will finish. I will finish. Dr. Zerbe, I request that at the end of tonight's meeting, as you did on Monday, this time you make a request that this school board go back into session until they can bring the public a timeline that is both comparable to those followed by neighboring districts and fiscally responsible. I also have a question to submit to Dr. Zerbe, too, actually. As a Woodland parent and as an educator in a neighboring school district, I would like to know how you will handle the furloughing of teachers if you close a school, because I understand it is done by seniority. Also, as a parent here, a parent here tonight testified that there are 27 children in Mrs. Chantry's class at Eagleville, yet Methacton's enrollment report of February 25th, 2015 states that there are only 25 students in this class. And could you please explain the discrepancy? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, before we hear the next speaker, we'd like to just take a 5-minute break. All right, before this speaker, we're going to try and get this thing wrapped up tonight. If the people from 12 and 13 are here, please come on up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start taking testimony again. We'd like to hear from our next speaker. If you would, please take a seat. We have approximately 17 speakers that are left at 3 minutes apiece. Figure 51 minutes, probably figure an hour by the time we're finished. So we'll be extending to approximately 11:30 this evening. So if everybody sticks to the 3 minutes, we should be finished in about an hour. Okay. Please swear the witness. I'm sorry.
Well, Hi, my name is Eleanor Kelser. My son goes to Audubon Elementary. I don't have facts and statistics and all the other stuff. I'm just talking as a parent. I, too, also moved in Audubon 2 years ago. We used to live in East Norriton, and I also chose Audubon because of the Methacton School District. I'm a preschool teacher. I worked in North Philly, and it was actually a private school from infants up to 5th grade, and my son was actually with me at school at this time. And I saw how it is being in small classrooms with a lot of, small classrooms, a lot of students and one teacher, and how the kids acted, the things that didn't learn from like kindergarten up to 5th grade, and I did not want my son going into that school. So I, as a single parent, moved into Audubon for him to have some better education. And also last year, actually in October, I found a job closer to Audubon so I can be closer to my son and have more time spending with him. And I also did take a pay cut in order to be closer to him. So as a single parent, like, I wanted to cut my commute so I can spend time with him, do homework with him, do activities with him. And my concern is, like, if Audubon closes and he goes to farther out school, you're going to take that away from me. Like the time, the busing, my work schedule is going to have to change to adjust to whatever the needs are for the drop out of the bus and, you know, whatever aftercare is, and picking them up by 6 o'clock. So I don't know if things were, you know, things that you considered, and I'm sure there's other single parents that face the same issues and problems. I just wanted to put that out there. They also, the thing was with the enrollment and what you said, you know, what your prediction is. And then on Monday presentation, and at the slide that we saw, it was at 1721 for the district, but then later, October 1st, you said it was at 1733, so it kind of went up. And then the last one, which is updated into the website right now, is at 1755, which is actually higher than what you projected for 2015. So somewhere something got lost. And from what I remember at the meeting on Monday, and also if you viewed the video, if you look at it, Mr. Thompson himself turned around and talked to somebody and said, you know, Audubon is maxed out, and he also said that it was a mistake, and it's clear that it wasn't presented well. So that kind of confused me. So you guys made a mistake already in your prediction and what it is that you're saying that's going to happen into our district. By 24 students. And then another confusion for me, I know it's minute, it's not as big, but last night at the board meeting, we also attended, you approved the opening of the school September 1st. And I don't understand how at the website, the schedule for 15-16 is posted, and it was approved February 24th, I believe, 2014. So how does he have two approved dates since it was presented last night to happen? Like something like, it doesn't make sense. Like personally, it doesn't make sense. And I don't have, like, you know, the degrees and the education that a lot of the people here do.
They won't answer you.
They won't answer, I know, but I think they have a question within them, so I'm letting it finish, you know, what they need to do. So, I mean, you know, simple questions, you know, like I said, I don't do statistics and all the other stuff like everybody else does, but it's not clear. The information is not clear. For us dumb people that don't understand, we need more information, more facts, and we need it to be presented clearly so we can understand it. That's all.
right over here.
I do. My name is Mason Hollingsworth. I live on 34 Buckwater Road. Audubon is where we went to school. We love Audubon and we don't want it to close. These are some of the reasons we don't want Audubon to close. Our teachers are amazing and we love them so much. They are so much fun and it would be painful to see them go through the trouble of moving schools. Kids will be transferred to different schools and will get separated from their friends. To these kids, having to leave school is like moving states, having to leave everything you know and loved behind, starting all over again. It also might be hard for some of the kids to make new friends. Also, the school will be overcrowded and everything will be a mess. Teachers will get overwhelmed. The lunch staff will also have to work harder and longer. Lunchtime will be too crowding, overwhelming, and too short. All the kids that have gone there in the past have made so many great memories there. Good or bad, all these memories meant something to every single person. We have had so many amazing memories at Audubon, and we will never forget any of them. Thank you for your time. Now my friend will finish what we prepared. I do. My name is Camille Horaho. I am in 6th grade. I live at 18 Vaux Lane, PA. I go to Skyview Open Elementary School. We also may have to lose our music and art associations. The orchestra, chorus, band, and art clubs will be way too crowded for just one teacher or director to lead that many kids. What will happen for the kids with instruments, voices, or art skills? Where will the kids that age get to participate in those things? At Skyview, we use the classes.
Attention to her. She's talking to you. Yeah, how rude. You can wait and have a discussion until we get 3 minutes. Okay, really? You're adults here.
Good job. Keep going. Good job.
You're doing very well.
Great.
Keep going.
At Skyview, we use the classes that you say are underutilized. We use the computer labs and we use the special ed rooms. They may not be used every period of the day, but for some of us, they are a home base that we need. This is why we think Audubon shouldn't close. And to those who don't care how it will affect the people who love Audubon, all of us who love this school have made so many amazing memories and friends that we will keep forever. I hope you make the right choice, because it won't just affect the people at Audubon, but everyone in Methacton School District. Thank you for your time. Hi, my name is Rushi.
Say hi.
And
Say hand like that. Say hi.
and I'm a first grader. Audubon is a great school. Why close it down? Just because it's so old, you can construct it again. Why leave it like that? Why close it down? And if you close Audubon, where will the teachers go? Where will I go? I know nobody is going to answer that. And other schools are going to get so crowded. If they're going to get so crowded, someone in the class might be left out, and nobody wants to be left out. So please, keep the school open.
I do. I'm Vikram Modi, a resident of 2821 Colony Drive, Audubon, PA 19403. I believe by now everyone in this room would be convinced that PEL report is flawed and is of no use. But since Mr. Zarbi likes to have numbers, I have got some numbers for him, which I got from this school telephone directory only. No need to do extensive analysis. Among all the reasons why PL report is flawed, one important reason that has been left out is regarding the immigrants, one of which I am. I would like to the PL report shows that birth rate growth is going down year by year, but what about the immigrants? Now, I have collected some data. In grade 4, the number of the percentage of immigrants is 12%. Coming to grade 3, it is 15%. Grade 2, 14%. Grade 1, 23%. And kindergarten, 27%. The point that I want to make over here is, if you take the graph from grade 4 to kindergarten, the growth population is going up, or the immigrant ratio is going up each year, which means as the economy is growing, the immigrants are flowing in. When the immigrants flow in, taxpayers come in and you get more taxes. So I'm not at all convinced that PEL report based on which you are going to take such a big decision is at all a feasible thing. So take a step back and think twice. And like we have a saying in my country, things done in haste is things done for evil. So is something evil being done here? Why this rush? WTR. Thank you.
What do you say after that? I don't know. I'm Tina Hutchinson. I'm sorry, go ahead. I do. I'm Tina Hutchinson. I'm a resident at, I forgot my address, 637 Meadowlark Road. I have a 6th grader at Skyview, and I have a 5-year-old that's going into kindergarten at Audubon. My daughter is a cardiac patient. She has half of a heart. And I think about the schools being closed, and I think about more kids being in classes at Woodland and at Eagleville and at Worcester, and I think about my daughter being one of 27 kids in class having a cardiac event. And I think, is that teacher really going to catch it right away? So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm standing here, because I can't leave without saying something. A couple things that I was thinking of where can we bridge this gap, where could this money come from, because obviously it's a money game. It sounds like it's a money game. So if you're going to sell Audubon, if you're going to bring that money in, let's find the money somewhere else. Is there money at Shenandoah? Shenandoah's busting at the seams. They're growing. There's got to be hundreds of millions of dollars of development going on in Shenandoah right now. And they're building more buildings right now up to Park Avenue. So where other taxes coming from Shenandoah and the hundreds and thousands of residents there? I'd like to know that. Also, I'd like to ask to consider, or at least share with us, what the taxation is on the apartment complexes that bring in a lot of our kids that are using the school district. So if they're taxed already, maybe reassess because of the influx of the students. And then also, lastly, There's been a lot of talk about special education and the wonderful job that the teachers do. I know of 2 instances that there's children that have had to leave the district, Methacton, within the last 5 years because we couldn't handle their education. They were differently learning kids. And now their parents are in legal actions to get the $30,000 a year tuition for those special schools that the kids have to go to because we can't handle them here in our public school system. So, potentially maybe put some dollars towards our special education as well and make Methacton what it used to be. I really am not seeing what it used to be anymore. Thank you for considering that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I do. My name is Sandeep Kumar, and I live at 2008 Greensway Circle, Collegeville. I have one son who was at Audubon Elementary School, then he went to Skyview, and now he's in high school. The slogan of the day is, why the rush? In fact, I would say, why do it at all? I mean, we don't need to do this stuff. So I guess we need to change our slogan. A professor in my school once said that if an external consultant comes, I mean, a lot of us are from the corporate world, if an external consultant comes and he advises you that, the only way to improve the bottom line or to do well is by shutting down units or laying off people, you should stop talking to that consultant. There are other ways to solve this problem. I noticed today, and this is the first time I've shown up. I didn't come on other occasions prior to today, and there are a lot of smart people here. I think the solution is here. We got to stop looking for external help. I got access to this marketing material of PEL, and I glossed through this while I was here. And I noticed that they have in the slogan, save money, save time, plan now. And I don't believe that any of them involves, closing schools or impacting the education of our students or kids. I mean, they're just invaluable. I mean, we can't, play with their lives. The other thing that I noticed in their document here, right-size your school district budget and your buildings. I think we all know what right-sizing means. Right-sizing means just, close things down and save money. I mean, that's the easy way out. And we all here, we all prepared to do the hard work, go all the way with you guys, be on the same team, and improve the schools, the infrastructure, the lives of our kids, education. Shutting down the school should be the last option. And I think, it's just happening too fast for us. Just one last point I would like to make. I read through this document, and I don't see anywhere in this document where they have complete faith in their data. I mean, all of them are preliminary estimates, data that's a couple of years old at best. And my friend of mine actually just talked about immigrants. That has not been taken into account at all. So I think if you have to make this decision and if you have to make the right decision, we should be looking at fresh data, latest data, right models, and consult the people in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
I do. Hello, my name is Debbie Jacobs. I live at 35 Stoneham Road in Collegeville, and my son Jake attends Arrowhead, and he absolutely loves it. He is actually teaching my husband and I things that we have either long forgotten or were never taught in the neighboring school district that we attended. We moved here when my son was 7 months old in preparation for sending him to the best school district that we could afford. And we both worked 2 jobs to afford this school district. I'm asking you if you have considered before and after care programs and the summer camp programs that are being held at I can only speak for Arrowhead, I'm not sure what's held at Audubon. Arrowhead houses before and after care for the YMCA, which, working 2 jobs for each of us, we both heavily rely on that. And, forgive me, if the 2 schools close and merge, how will before and after care be affected? And can the Y program staff for the new higher number of students that they're going to have? And will this also be a reason for them to raise an already costly tuition? Secondly, is the Arrowhead is also the location where Camp Herkiomia is held through the township, which is an incredible camp. I'm sure you're familiar with it. If you're not, you should be familiar with it. This is housed at Arrowhead. If you choose to close the school, this change would be effective pretty much during summer camp. You stated it would be, if you make the decision on May 25th, then it would take place 60 days after. That would still be during summer camp. What does that mean? Do you lock the doors and my kid has nowhere to go for 2 weeks? It's people that rely on camps and before and after programs like my family. We really need answers to that. I know you're not going to answer it tonight, and I'm not going to ask when it will be answered. But I do hope that there is an answer in the future for that. It's something that we prepare for in February, which was last month, or actually this month. So we're looking to make these tuition payments now, get summer camp set up, and have him ready to start the school year. So it's sooner the better. Thank you for your time.
I do. Curtis Kirshner, Meadowlark Road, Audubon. I have 3 children, 6 and under. The oldest one is in kindergarten right now, the first year. We've been in the community about 3.5 years, so I may not be as vested as everybody else here. We're just kind of getting into that point. Dr. Zerbe, I'm not going to harp on the reports that you've provided. I think everybody has pointed out some weaknesses in those. One thing I would ask is that the author tonight pointed out that he had written 170 some odd reports. I believe he was trying to, represent his credibility in doing this, and that doesn't really, I don't know. The ability to write reports does not lend credence to what you're writing. And I'm going to give you a minute back, I think. What I'm really here to do is to challenge the board members, each and every one of you, 9 of you. It's your responsibility, excuse me, to represent my children, all 3 of them, to step back and use some skepticism with the information you've been provided, to listen to the residents, to utilize the knowledge that they have, to think independently and to not be swayed by your peers on the board or by anybody else. If you guys decide to close a school, so be it. But you each need to make that decision on your own. I would challenge you to go visit the schools. Obviously, there's some questions as to the capacity currently versus what is projected versus what we're striving for. I would think that each of you need to spend the next couple of months looking at the information, and if there's any doubt in your mind, there's nothing wrong with asking for more data or going and getting another opinion, a second opinion. Taking action like this that has a potential to affect everyone for such a long time, I don't think it's too much to ask to go get that second opinion. Thanks.
I do. Hi, my name is Joanna Osazik, and talking in front of this many people is my worst nightmare. I have a first grade daughter at Audubon and a newborn that I hope one day will go to Audubon. The other day, my daughter came home and she had heard about the potential closing, and she said to me, "Mom, what's going to happen to my teachers?" And so I wanted to talk to you, and I'm emotional, had a newborn, because I wanted to talk about the teachers and the staff. I'm not a statistics person, but I know that these people truly, truly love our children. And a lot of them are sitting up there tonight, And I just wanted to say, every single day they go in and they care for our children. They know every 433 kids by name, and they care about them deeply. I have so many examples of this, but the one that I wanted to share with you guys tonight is that this year on back to school night, my daughter's teacher, Mrs. Kirshner, said, "I want you to know that I see your children. I look in their eyes every single day, and I see them. And I'm just asking that you guys see us, and you see us, see our children, and know that the impact your decision is going to have on not just Audubon teachers and Audubon staff, but the entire Methacton family." Thank you.
Yes, I do. Candy Allebach, A-L-L-E-B-A-C-H, 4039 Eagleville Road. Good evening to the board. This is the third night in a row, you lucky stiffs there. I want to make a couple comments. I've been sitting in this room for the last 2 hearings, and I've heard a lot of people speak. My issue is the fact is, I'm sure a lot of these are the same people who spoke out in favor of Skyview. I was one of 3 people who spoke out consistently against Skyview, and we were vilified for it. You keep asking for enrollment figures. You need second opinions. That man there is your second opinion. Mr. Andrews, consistently since 2006, has been giving the school boards enrollment projections. His enrollment projections have not changed. He has shown enrollment to be going down up into 2015. Unfortunately, the public has not been paying attention. I have attended school board meetings for 9 years. Many a night there's crickets in that room. There's 2 people sitting in the room. In June, when they passed the budget to raise our taxes, there was 4 people sitting in the room. Now, I've seen crowds show up for specific things. They showed up for redistricting, or when they got rid of T1, or when they're getting rid of a wrestling coach. You didn't show up for your cafeteria workers. You didn't show up for your bus drivers. Yes, we did. They're gone. You're gone. And there was bus drivers in the room. And I am going to say to the board and everyone in this room, I fought against Skyview for the reasons this is what's going to happen. And it did. And I am taking this opportunity to say, I told you so, because I am angry. I hear people speaking about their property values going to go down and this is going to happen. I live on Eagleville Road. My property value dropped the minute Skyview opened. I can't sell my property. Housing sales are bad in the school district. We average 4 sheriff sales a month. These are statistics I have given the board on a regular basis. People are losing their homes. They're losing their jobs. These are your students you are losing when their parents lose their homes. These are the people we have to be worrying about. We now have students that are having problems getting meals to eat. This is an embarrassment. My children went through this school district. I put 2 children through here. I'm very proud of them. My daughter graduated Methacton, graduated Kutztown. She has a degree in elementary education. She is a teacher. My son graduated from Methacton. He's now taking college courses. My oldest son did not go here. He was in Delaware. He now works for a TV station as a cameraman for the last 15 years. I'm proud of the education my children got, but I get upset when I sit in a school board meeting, and I honestly do battle with these people on a regular basis. And there is no one there to support the 2 people in the room. Last night, show of hands, how many were at the school board meeting? So you saw what was said at the school board meeting. You saw what happened. Okay, thanks. But I would suggest you need to be engaged on a regular basis. You need to be front and center. You can't show up when it's only important to you. I am a member of this community. I am a taxpayer. I am now considered a senior citizen. You need to consider us people who no longer have school children in this district and who are footing the bill, the majority. And you need to take us into account and not let it be me, me, me. We are a community. You need to act like one and hold them accountable for everything they do. Make them answer you. Make them give you decisions and not hide it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes the testimony in the hearing, and I will now close the hearing. But before I do that, I'll admit all of the exhibits that were presented during the course of the last 2 evenings of hearing. Also, with respect to the questions for the professionals, if you have submitted them, they will be answered, and the answers will be placed on the district website so that you'll have an opportunity to review those. The board will have the opportunity of reading all of the information and materials that have been presented here during the course of the last 2 evenings of hearings, and that's quite a bit of information. It looks like we took several hours of testimony here, and a lot of information was presented and handed up. So the board will have the opportunity and will avail themselves of that opportunity of reading that material. They will then, I understand from President Nascimento, look to Dr. Zerbe to make a public recommendation as to where we go from there. As you know, I've indicated to you previously what the limitations of the law are with respect to time. You cannot take less, you may take more. So that will be part of the process as we move forward, and Dr. Zerbe will be giving his recommendation with respect to that, which the board may accept or not accept as the case may be. So this is the beginning of the process. We've now had all of the public input with respect to this. As we continue through the process, whatever portion of the process we happen to be in, all decisions will have to be made in meetings that are open to the public before the school board, and you have the right to avail yourself of the opportunity of coming and making public comment at all of those board meetings as well. So thank you for your attendance this evening. The board has a lot of work to do in the next several days, and you'll be hearing from the President and from Dr. Zerbe as we move forward. Thank you. Yeah, we have closed the hearing and we've closed the information, but for purposes of the hearing is now closed. That does not stop anybody from at any time sending information to the board. We would ask, if you want to do that you send it to Dr. Zerbe at the school district, and he will make sure that copies are made available to the board. That way everybody will get whatever you send. Thank you.